Getting started a little early today. It was about a minute early. But that is fine. For that means the stream is actually starting. Almost at exactly noon. Almost. I am still me. So it was like 12:01. But when I actually came on screen. But it's closer to actually on time. I'm getting better about that. So yeah, I kind of want to get a 12 to 75 today, or at least closer to 75 today. Because, well, I could definitely use the ability to actually do more content. That's more or less where I'm at, where it's just like, I would like the ability to do more content. So for doing that, I'm gonna need to, you know, get levels. Otherwise, I'll never make it. So I'm thinking of swapping to main class, a Twol. Though I do now have a Talus. Look at it. This is totally a Talus. I kind of picked that up in preparation for playing Hero at some point, but also for doing anything fighting the, there's one boss in the Corrupted Places that will adapt to your weapon. And if you have multiple weapons, you can basically cycle between them to, basically, you don't remove its adaptation, but you weaken it. So you'll be able to end up dealing more damage.
What would you like to do?
The thing is, if I were to swap to Pure Atoll, I have, like, nothing for Pure Atoll to equip. Like, I've got my one 13-star Soaring Blade. And that's really about it. Well, no, I suppose I do have these, because the Atoll can equip rods. This would actually probably be the best thing I could equip onto it, assuming I even can. I may as well see if I can. What's the worst that could happen?
What would you like to
I
do?
have a hotbar set up for the Atoll. That's the worst thing that could happen. I got one for Phantom I can change around. I'll change it around.
Feel free to stop
Okay.
anytime.
My armor is still equipped. That's all I care about.
Hello there.
I still have my armor. I still have all my tankiness then. Okay. Well, these need to be put away. Now, let's get this out. Do I even want to bother getting the Soaring Blades out? I'm probably not going to be using them, that's the thing. I mean, they're nice. 2% more damage. Honestly, I kind of wish I could easily replace Aggressive Will with something else. Because there is another of the, those thingies I like more, which is what I have over here. Though I don't know if those can have an S1 on them. Comrade's Blessing. This is nice. But yeah. You kind of need more party members. Which is the thing. It's entirely reliant on party members. So, it's not always active. I'll just go with the rods. I mean, it works. Oh, this is going to be a bit awkward because I have the setup for Tekker too. Well, first things first. Trimite goes there. Actually, let's put Dynamite there. And I'll put the Trimite over here. Now, I could always just run the rod skills, well, wand skills here. Not a big deal. Black hole. Luminous Flare. Glitter Stripe. Or Strike. Stripe? Stripe. I read it right. And Prism Circular. I can't use Shifta or D-Band anyway. So Overdrive. Mag. That works. Speaking of mags. Hey, little buddy. Be fed. There we go. Wait, it just occurred to me. I didn't even check. Can I equip? No. Pretty close, though. That would be pretty cool to have. You can buy healing items in place. I've already accepted the daily order. So let's, Dragon Altar super hard. It's a very super hard Dragon Altar. There's nothing else daily related going on there. Honestly, I could just do this. It's an extra 25,000 experience. I may as well, and I'm going to be clearing the place anyway. This is an extra 30,000 experience, and I'm going to be killing Dragon X anyway. It's more just things that, yeah, I can probably kill that many Draconians. Probably even 70. It's just the more specific ones I want to avoid taking. Because I might not be able to actually finish those ones. So that's my thinking there. Bara, Lukat, Reza. Shift a drink. I'm going to keep that because it has experience up on it. Shopping terminal. Fill those. I feel kind of bad at one point for somebody who, like, at the beginning of an urgent quest, basically spammed out, essences to Shifta and D-ban people, and meanwhile I'm sitting there on my force like, I can do that, my guy. You didn't need to. Damage. Gonna be honest, the rod is probably not the best weapon for an atoll, but it works. The funniest thing is seeing someone be like, again, there's someone I talk to decently often who also plays this, and is like, man, the moment you get your advanced jobs, they'll just immediately be outperforming your regular classes. It's like, not really. I mean, I get there's quite a few levels between my force and my atoll here, but, yeah, damage number-wise, it's not really outperforming. This laser is kind of fun. Good range on it, too. It just eats your PP like candy, though. Okay. You know, it's a little funny. I think I actually have more health now than I did subclass. That don't make sense. Wait, no, the food I ate, that gave me more health. That's why I have more health. We got another player kicking around. Was unsure if that was one of the NPCs or a player, so... They're hunting around for something. Probably also after draconian kills and such. Got anything gonna spawn here? No? No spawns? No spawns for me? The spawn have fallen. Alrighty. I do kind of wish I would have decided to do this yesterday. But yesterday I was dealing with a lot of brain fog thanks to some construction happening just outside our house. They showed up basically before I had gotten up and started messing around with asphalt, which, for those who don't know, who have never been exposed to asphalt fumes, that crap makes you very lightheaded. And just brain foggy, and is definitely not something you really want to be inhaling if you can help it. But see, that's kind of the thing. I couldn't really help it.
Emergency code attack.
Yeah, nice one. You did it.
Because, you know, right outside the house. So I was very brain fogged yesterday. Oh hey, a Dragon X.
Emergency code due.
Mag food.
Completed.
Hey, Jan. How's it going, Jan? You chased by Draconians, Jan? What'd you do to them Draconians to make them chase you? Like, you had to have done something, Jan. We'll never fully understand why he is named Jan, but... I mean, I suppose it's just what he wanted to be named, but... Not mag food. Mag food. Pretty sure I have dealt with the things I need to deal with, so I could basically just be heading towards the exit. Oh, well, there we go. Now I have. Thought I'd already done that one. Right, they only spawn in this area, that's why. Ah, mildly gassy. And to just find the exit.
Guard the area. Guard the area.
Emergency code.
Ah, they're dealing with Meow over there. I hope they have fun dealing with Meow.
Emergency.
I kind of missed the, like, few days it was Sonic Meow. Oh, the exit isn't even over this way. Okay.
Change over. Code Q.
Are we dealing with Visbolts now? Those look like Visbolts.
Emergency.
Yeah, those are Visbolts.
Emergency code avoid.
Okay. Time to make my way back, because I gotta run all the way back to get over to the exit. It's a good thing the NPCs getting hit by the Visbolts don't matter.
Congratulations on completing the objective.
Completed.
I don't need more mag food. I got 3 things of mag food. But yeah, like, I'm not trying to say, like, my atoll is dealing bad damage. I'm just literally saying, like, with saying that it has not outpaced my force, and my force just simply deals more damage. Like, even when you just consider, like, using that combined tech lazily, like I've been doing lately, like, you're still looking at consistent hits of 20,000 damage constantly from range. So, like, the 10,000s or so that I'm dealing here, well, those are honestly not very impressive. You know, at least in comparison. Even more so when you consider that I have to stop to get my PP back quite often. Where with my force, I really don't need to do that. Now, admittedly, I'd probably have to do that a lot less often if I had that rod equipped. Oh, the wand. The one I currently can't equip. The orb.
Your Majesty. Code. Attack.
I apparently acquired something, and I'm already carrying the max amount of it. Don't know what I acquired, but it was something.
Completed.
All personnel.
Oh, it's red meat. So all the red meat I'm getting is just automatically being sent to storage then. Got it. I got woken up today a lot earlier than I wanted to be woken up. Thanks to more construction going on. It's more accurate to say road work, but... They're putting in a new sidewalk. After having ripped up the old one to replace the fire hydrant, and they've yet to put a new fire hydrant in. So I get the feeling we're just not gonna have a fire hydrant anymore. Which is a little weird, given we had, like... Oh, right, I can't use anti anymore. That's annoying. We were, like, the only fire hydrant for a while around, so... Little confusing. Okay, here will be the way forward.
Pay heed to sudden outbreaks.
Your Majesty. Code. Elimination.
Wrong button. There we go. See, I do apologize if my yapping has some breaks in it today as I yawn. I can't really help it.
Completed.
Just knowing that they'll probably be back yet another day. Because, you know, again, we don't have a fire hydrant again yet, so, you know. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, Jesus. I need to stop yawning so freaking much. Taking a little sip. Still working through my coffee. Hey, Dragon X.
Emergency!
Emergency. Code due.
There we go.
Congratulations on completing the objective.
Completed.
It is really nice having this evade. A unique weapons badge. I just spent, like, most of mine of that, so that's fine. I mean, I don't really need them.
I've been expecting
Honestly, I'm kind of good. Also, I didn't manage to finish all 3 of my dailies yesterday, but it's fine. It's frickin' only 2 of them spawned. It's so annoying when that happens.
Heyo!
Hey, Hans. Give me my experience.
Bye.
90,000? Oh, yawning again. Jeez.
Leave it to me.
I just need to stop thinking about yawning. Maybe that's what I need to do.
Fine.
Maybe if I can just stop thinking about it, I'll
Take
stop
care
doing it.
now.
What's the good word?
Oh, you.
Oh, you.
See ya.
Okay, I did pick up... Yes. So, swap shop. Cube. Give me cube. Defender of the Polyverse. Claim all these. I now have 2 silver keys. You might be wondering, where'd the second key come from? Well, I haven't done my dailies with my other characters yet, so I'll have more keys later. I could honestly go do those now. But, so I haven't come in here and done my weekly star gems yet. I should also grab these. Could grab these as well. I got the points. I won a jackpot not long back. I got the points.
Congratulations.
Yay.
Drop in again sometime.
But, Alliance Shop. That's where. Just where, Kitty Smash, if you are seeing this at any point, you should have a key waiting for you at the shop. The Alliance Administrator Shop. I believe you'll have a key anyway. And let's put these away. I should have turned in my passes while I was there. Oh well. Put those away. And learn Chaser Arrow. Should feed my Dexterity Mag. Before I forget. That one's not hungry again yet. Let's also come to my personal quarters really quick and set up my crafting lanes. See what I got here. Only one thing I can actually do They really want everything illed. Okay. I'm gonna need my tech fragments then. I only have one tech fragment. I now have 4 tech fragments. That's still not enough. It's moved. Oh no, I have 23 now. Where did I... Okay. Right, probably the daily crafting. So let's... Let's see. I don't think I have this. So that'll be something. One more crafting level, and then I'll have a 3rd lane. Yeah, I can't actually even learn it, because I don't know, Ilmegid. Ilmegan. I don't know how to make Megan ill. Replying to one of my friends really quick. Do apologize. There we are. Okay. Gate area. Gate Guardian.
Which quest would you
It's
like?
more likely than you think. Okay. Bonus quest. Key. I don't know why I bother. It's a one-person quest. No one could join me. Honestly, if you could team up for the keys, I honestly think there'd be people sitting around all the time asking to join for keys. Why did I... Brain, work with me here. Here I'm going to fish for experience. I don't even care if it comes with a lower attack up, because that really doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure I've already got a tri-boost, yes. Tri-boost, EXP. And away we go! Bird. Okay. Did I get anything? These might be. Okay. There we go. There's some cubes. Alright. There's one level. Now to fish for... There we go. Got it right away that time. This might be another level. Maybe. I know the leveling quest today is not great. Which is why I kind of wish I would have done this yesterday, because the one for yesterday was pretty good, actually. Yay! Another level. I mean, I get that I'm getting through this pretty quickly. But, like... To be fair, it does not take the Force very long, either. And the Force could also be through that a lot faster if I used better techs for getting through it. Like... Barta would get through that really fast.
What would you like to do?
Would like to spend my points. I think I just want to get the Atoll weapon bonus to... I don't think there's anything else here I particularly want. I mean, getting these eventually would be nice, but that can easily be an eventually thing. And this is just going to be 15% more potency. What would this be? 10% more? Yeah. There we go. 15% more potency! I do enjoy being 15% more potent.
Leave it to me.
Oh,
This is a
another
great
cube. Another cube.
This is
Another
a
cube.
great find.
Not a cube.
This
Not a
is
cube.
a great find.
Cube! Not a
This is
cube.
A great find.
Cube! And not a cube.
A great find.
Though I say cubes, I should probably actually get some photon spheres. Because I got plenty of EX cubes already. It's photon spheres I'm pretty low on. Yeah, this little guy. That's 9-star. I don't think I can feed him another 9-star. I don't have another 9-star to feed him, so go with the 8-star. On 8. So annoying racing a standard mag. I don't like doing it.
Don't forget to prepare before setting off. Thank you very much. Take care of yourself out there.
I mean, ideally, to make it easier, you would come to the photon drop shop here and pick up the mini devices for 2 photon spheres each. That's a lot of photon spheres when you aren't really getting all that many of them. I should really be getting more of them than I do. That's the thing. I am going to spend 10 of them. Yeah, 10 should be fine. That'll get me 15 melee devices. It should be another level or 2 at least.
I'll swap that for you. Oh, leaving already?
Yeah, that was like 3 levels. That's something. Now let's check my storage. Can I possibly? Not quite yet. Hello, Kitty Smash. I could be mistaken on this, but you should have a key waiting for you at the Alliance Administrator.
Welcome to our shop.
Should be under this. I think, if I remember how this works right, where we are now both eligible for buying things, or at least I may be able to purchase for you kind of thing, I purchased the key. So it should be there. If I'm remembering how it works right. I can do that like once a week, so...
I'm here if you need me.
Sonic Man. I love how many Sonic Men there are around. Right, I still need to sell a few things. I can also put this into storage, but I may as well leave it on me. That way I don't need to reapply it. They're enjoying the fire.
Which quest are you up for?
Really wish the leveling quest for today was better, but... I want to get to the point where I can do extremely hard again, so I need to get my Atoll to 75. Let's see. Oop, these are dailies. Well, this one's for Alliance. I'll take the Alliance quest. Enough Marmoths might show up. Hopefully.
Good luck.
Okay, this is one that I can bring the NPCs on.
Time for some extracurricular activities.
Kinda don't want a PSE burst to happen. I'd rather have experience. PP economizing also wouldn't be bad, but I'd rather have experience. I will fish for this. Still very tempted to purchase premium just so I can just chug down the drink that'll always give experience. Alright, all these I can go. I'll find more melee weapons. With how the game's been, I almost wish that I had hung on to
Emergency. Code. Distraction.
well, not that I'd hung on to, that I had built my mag into ranged. So it's been a lot more generous on ranged stuff. There we go. Kind of hoping that might lead to something like a boss, but... Man, the Atoll runs out of PP so frickin' fast.
Emergency. Code. Due.
You mister.
Objective complete.
Sir Mesta Krista. I make that joke so many times. I really need to stop.
Completed.
Rappy! Blast the Rappy in the face. It's the only way. Hey, maybe the fall spawn I need to finish my dailies from yesterday will show up. That'd be pretty funny.
Emergency. Code. Attack.
Man, having really high level gear is almost just unfair to the game.
The objective.
Completed. Emergency. Code. completed.
Jeez, I really wish my eyes weren't so heavy. If today is anything like yesterday, I'm gonna end up waking up in like fully waking up in like a few hours, but the quote-unquote joy of having road work happening just outside the house early in the morning, waking me up way too early, and having some of the fumes of said road work get into my room, which, you know, it's not stuff you should really be breathing in. The annoying thing is what they showed up to do today is something they could have easily done yesterday. They just didn't. And it's like, really, guys? Really?
I'm detecting a suspicious reading. Keep your wits about you.
Probably can feed my other mag. No, not quite. Right, where it's not active, it'll take longer before it needs fed. I should also really check my afternoon turnip prices. Should start getting my Switch turned on to do that. Before I forget to check them. Because so far my my turnips have been pretty bad this week. I'm kind of hoping they become maybe a little better as the week progresses. Though, given how I record, I'm already on Friday, and the price is really bad. At least it was when I checked it earlier, so it's not exactly a great sign. Which is also probably a little too loud.
Stay on guard against sudden outbreaks.
Go check really quick. This will only take me about a minute. Ooh, okay. Not an amazing price, but I will take that when I'm recording later. Because 127 bells is enough for me to make a tiny profit this week. And I'd rather make a tiny profit than lose bells again. I'm very good at losing bells at turnips. I say that, even though I've made, like, probably, like, 20, 30 million bells easily off of the turnip trade. It basically funded my house, you know. Also, while I'm right here, I'm pretty sure I've done this before, but Star Ocean First Departure R is on sale. It would be very much worth picking up. Star Ocean Second Story R is also on sale. It's a lot more expensive though. Still very much worth picking up if you like RPGs. Both on the Switch. They were both on sale on Steam too, but I didn't know. Well, First Departure R isn't on Steam, but Second Story R was on sale as well on Steam, but I didn't really notice. And that sale also ends today in like an hour, so. Oof. I've been roasted. I should really have a status curer on my bar. But that takes effort. But I should do that, given this is pretty much dedicated to Twol. Soul.
Ears open.
Your Majesty, code, attack.
Part of the reason I don't like when these are the experience quests is like I'm basically 9 minutes in, 9-10 minutes in. I'm actually a little more than that. And like, if this is one of them just boss rushy ones, I'd already be through it, you know? Like I would have been through it in about 5 minutes.
Emergency.
Your Majesty, code, duel.
Unique weapons badge. And that is one where even like lowering the difficulty doesn't really get you through it much faster either, so.
Which quest would you like?
What quest would I like? I could run advanced quests.
I look forward to your next visit.
So I do have a bunch of D, E, and Fs. Also got a bunch of Bs. I'll get out my A's. And my D's.
Which quest would you like?
Subquest. Advanced. I like the city area. This will take 10 Ds. It's a good thing I got 10 of Ds. Like,
I wish you the best of luck.
I actually got 100 of Ds. Welcome back. That is fair.
Time for some extracurricular activities.
Honor to accompany you, okay?
Almost want to take the PP economizing, but fishing for that EXP up. Honestly, if I had the extra income, I would probably just have premium. There we go. Because if I had premium, I could just grab this one. Be guaranteed to get the XP boost. So. So I think if you do... No, that's rare drop rate. Yeah, it's right. It's always rare drop rate on that one. Let's raise the threat level by 5. Because I don't imagine this is going to be that difficult anyway. Photon booster time. I love how my entire, like, mouse, other than left click, is just useless to me. But I don't want to mess around with it because... Tekker. I don't want to have to reset it up for Tekker. And I mean, it's not exactly like a 12 really uses their bar anyway. Well, more buttons than like 4, so I can easily put them on just 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, apprentice. Bye, apprentice.
Emergency. Code.
Hey.
Wow! That was amazing!
Man, it's not the best thing I could get, but... definitely not bad. God, the false spawn. Hey, Maria. Special weapon. God damn it. I'm just saying, there are people who will be like, no, you need to run the photon burst acceleration to get PSE bursts more often, so you can get a photon burst doing your advanced quests. It's like, literally, you'll get it. Don't worry. Just Especially if you don't want it. Game will make sure you get one if you don't want one. Maybe that's the thing. It's because I don't really want it. But the game's like, nah, this is funny. Let's give him a PSE burst. I do really wish I was not so tired. Especially where I got, like, a lot of work I need to do today after I finish streaming, so... that's gonna be an experience. Because I've been needing to record Undertale for, like, a week now. And I've just been putting it off because I am really bad for procrastinating. And now I've basically hit the point where I need to get it done. I don't have an Undertale video for tomorrow. I need to get it done today. So I can't procrastinate anymore. PSC cross burst. Looks like I'm here for 2 minutes now. Alright. This is not exactly a great spot for a burst. See if I can get them spawning down here. Red lawn chair. I want a red lawn chair. I really don't. But for the joke, I do. I could just let the girls handle it. Of course. A stretch. Stretching. I really wish I had, like, hand tracking, but... I only found one program that can do hand tracking without the need of, like, basically like a VR tool. But, it doesn't seem like as good of a program for everything else as VC Face is, so... Oh boy, I got an extra 10 seconds. I could already been starting another advanced. Am I done? It just does not want me to be done. It wants to keep me here forever. I mean, I enjoy the photon drops, don't get me wrong. Even though there is not much of a use for them. Or photon boosters, not drops. Drops there is a use for. Boosters, not so much. It's gonna one more me again. Yep. Pretty sure at least that you can turn photon boosters into something more useful. Oh.
Burst finish.
There we go. Now to get moving on. For it to give me another photon burst here, probably.
Incoming alert.
Emergency. Code. Attack.
Incoming alert.
There we go.
Code. Q.
Objective complete.
Yeah, I'm not saying this can't happen, but I find it really hard to believe something that the person I know who also plays this told me after something happened to them after they placed their auxiliary. They didn't bother equipping them in any way, and then went out on into I think it was like a super hard. They said it was, and then had that happen where it's your auxiliary comes running like, "Hey boss, I need some help," and apparently their auxiliary died before they even like got a chance to do anything. I don't see how. I'm pretty sure they always level everything up to where they should be. But even if they don't, like, most enemies don't just attack. They tend to take a minute before they wind up and then attack. So I'd actually be kind of curious if anyone else experienced that same thing happen. Because I know I've never had it happen. I have never failed a Protect the Arksop mission. I know saying that is, like, opening myself up for having that happen next time. But... oh, if I could stop yawning, that would be amazing. Body, we are not going to sleep. Glasses are being a bit annoying today. I'll take Blurrovision over glasses being annoying. Keep sliding on my nose. Does not help I'm sweating a lot today, so. It's get hot and my window's closed, so. But I mean, like, I don't tend to take much of what this person tells me that they've experienced in games at face value, because, like, the amount of times where they have grossly misrepresented numbers and stuff, and it's just like, Like, an example that I will occasionally poke at them with came from Azure Lane, of all things. The game tells you at the end of a mission how much damage your fleet dealt throughout that mission. So, like, you can verify if you saw a number. There's never really an excuse for misrepresenting numbers, is what I'm kind of getting at. He at one point claimed his Nagato dealt over 4 million damage with a single hit. Not even like a full volley of her special, a single hit. I then got quite upset when I pointed out that, no, that's not even remotely possible. Simply put, if Nagato dealt that much damage, she would be like tier 1, everybody use her kind of powerful, and she's not. She's like B tier at best. Because while her barrage is good, it's not really worth all of the effort you have to put into using her compared to other ships with better barrages that don't have to be in the flagship role. Yes, I could probably sit and yap about Azure Lane for a while. I've thought in the past, and I actually did in the past once, like, stream Azure Lane, but that was back before they got too many very borderline not safe for work loading screens. And I don't really want to deal with that. Not while streaming, at least. I've also toyed with the idea of doing a series, or just, well, I'm more just playing through like this. To start it as a series, and then basically as I was sitting on footage to edit, I was just like, nah, this probably isn't the most interesting, so I just didn't. Of basically starting a okay, you go to the Alliance Administrator desk, and there should be a Receive Purchases option. It's like the NPC next to the class counter. Well, also standing behind the class counter, I should say. And I can't guarantee there will be the key there, but it should be. Again, assuming I haven't forgotten how all that works. But I'm pretty sure anything bought for the guild, everybody gets. Okay, cool. Hey, leveled up. I think I'll have a gold key tomorrow. Let me see. Yes, and possibly one today. I just need to complete more client orders and make some Maesta. And get 1,000,000 Maesta. And a bunch of experience. I should really get on doing that. I don't think I've done any time attack quests. Any more enemies? No. Alright. Oh, different boss. It wasn't this boss last time I did this.
Emergency. Ears open.
Extreme passes allow you to play extreme. Which is basically... think of it a bit like a challenge dungeon. I can play through a bit of it here just to show, because I do enjoy doing it. You only get one pass every 22 hours, and it's one pass per entry, so it's a bit lame in that regard. I wish you could play it more, but yeah. Turn to the lobby. Do I have stuff on me to... Yes, I do. A lot of stuff to identify. And then probably feed to my mag. Because I doubt any of this is actually going to be cubable.
Leave it to me. Oh, this is a great
Mag
find.
food. Mag food.
Oh, this is a great
Mag
find.
food.
Oh, this is a great find. Oh, this is a
So
great
much mag
find.
food.
Oh, this is a great find. Oh, this is a great find.
Okay. So I think this round of feeding is just going to be monomate. Well, I can do 2 of that, and then that's 9 stuff.
What do you require?
Whoop. Right. This is cubable. Actually, I think I want to hang on to this. Nox stuff is upgradable. I think.
Thank you very much. I look forward to your next visit.
Zig. That was, I think, a soaring blade. I mean, just looking through these would tell me. It's novel. Detonation, Claudia Major. Schlick. What's Atlas? Atlas, Luminaire, Val. Unless there isn't a... There may not be one of those. That might have been Twin Daggers. It was Twin something. Goblin Bomber! Yeah, there's a Val. That's not what I'm after. I'm looking for Nox. Could swear Nox was part of one of those. I'm gonna hang on to it anyway, just because I think Nox is part of one of those, and I've just skimmed over it. But okay, let me grab my extreme passes. I've been building up quite a few of them.
Which quest are you up for?
Extreme quest. I was doing Forest and Dragons.
Good luck.
Shift the drink. Can I get experience up? It'd be pretty cool if I could get experience up. It'd be really cool. Threat level. That's also threat level. That's nothing. Better than threat level. Yeah, I'll take PP economizing. Now, I'm starting from stage 16, because I've been playing through this a fair little bit. I've gotten to 15. And basically, you play through 5 stages, where you have special things. Like here, I need to take down 10 enemies from behind. For 17, I'll need to take down the boss in 50 seconds. The third stage, no recovery. This will let me destroy all 4 sites on a Forden within 60 seconds, and then the final one's get incapacitated. Taking down enemies from behind is going to be a little difficult, so I don't think I'm going to be able to manage that. I might be able to. I got 4. There's only 2 of them left. Yeah. Back armor. It's more the enemies died too fast, lady. Pretty good music in here, though. I mean, honestly, good music everywhere in the game. This I can do. Kill the boss in 50 seconds. Easy. Easy. Now, a thing to note. Things do drop in here, but you cannot take everything with you. So basically, like, most enemies will be dropping like grinders and photon boosters. I believe it's boosters. Might be drops. And then, say, bosses will have their little thing that you can smash. Some enemies will just drop things. So, like, there's a garland here, and then there's the goat plate. And another goat plate.
Emergency code.
But, you can only take 5 things out of here with you. So, in general, only pick up things that you're actually going to use.
Stage start.
Here's the next stage order.
Garland,
This is what I am talking about. We're gathering
Bloom
some
Helio.
here.
I don't think I really need Bloom Helio. The drops do get progressively better the further through this you get as well, so. Don't get incapacitated 5 times. I don't think I'm gonna get incapacitated once, so that shouldn't be a problem. Go. Bloom Helio.
Stage clear.
Cleared stage.
Killer data here.
This is also pretty good Mace stuff. Nice. At the end, get the virtual M vault. Yeah, grinders and photon drops are things that most commonly are dropped. Right, it's 4 things you can take with you. Thought it was 5. So yeah, you basically get your grinders, your photon drop, and 2 extra things if anything worth picking up actually drops. So, and you always get the Mace stuff, so. Yeah, I quite like these, so I think I'm gonna keep doing more of them. I don't need the drink. I would like the experience up, but it's fine. This is much easier Force, but it's mostly just because the Force is lazier, which makes a lot of things easier. Take down 3 Rappies in 120 seconds! You think you could do that? You think you could take down 3 whole Rappies in 2 minutes? Like, man. Such a difficult challenge. Like, man. No recovery for 5 minutes? Man. Oh, I don't inflict status ailments. I can't do that one. 2 enemies from the front? I can do that. 1 Volt Dragon in 3 minutes? It's a lot. So there's one of these I can't do, but...
Stage start.
Ta-da! Here's the next stage order.
Yeah, not really worth picking that up. There we go. I was wondering where the final enemy was. And yeah, that was so difficult, man. Like 3 whole Rappies. 2 Rappies would have been easy, but 3, I mean, that was a lot. And this is gonna mean basically no healing for the rest of this. But that's fine.
Emergency code. Stage clear.
This is what I am talking about. We're gathering some killer data here.
Yeah, I don't think I have a way of inflicting a status ailment. So...
Ta-da! Here's the next stage order.
honestly, I don't think I'd have a way playing the Force either. Just simply because, like... that would require it to not just die.
That'll be difficult for you. No worries.
Now, that one was kind of impossible for me there, Karen. Like... my mag is trying so hard to heal me. Feel a little bad for the poor thing.
Ta-da! Here's the next stage order. I am talking about. We're gathering some killer data here.
Enemies from the front. What is this? Tetra. I'm good on armor, that's the thing. I don't really need more armor. I need to focus the Vol Dragon first, just to make sure it dies.
Stage start.
Ta-da! Here's the next stage order. Whoa, did I miscalibrate things?
Okay, this is only spawning one thing at a time.
Emergency code.
Wait, do I have to hit this or stand on this? I have to stand on it. Okay. Hey, buddy. I'm standing here. There we go.
Well, that ends well.
Be laser beamed.
Completed.
This is what I am talking about. We're gathering some killer data here.
Bell Talon. Blacks.
Stage clear.
But yeah, extreme quests are kind of nice. They're a lot easier than the name would imply they are. And they are a really good way of getting photon drops. Like, they're probably the most consistent way to get photon drops. I believe I'm now... Yeah, I'm up to 570 of them now. That's 5 whole photon spheres. Wow. Oh. Again, I really wish I could stop yawning. That would be amazing. Okay, I need to make a little more mace stuff with some client orders. So what do I have here for circuits? Well, there's urgent quest. Trigger requests are not eligible, darn it. I was honestly going to just go do that. Forest exploration. Alright. That'll work.
Which quest would you like?
Sure, I can do that.
I look forward to your next visit.
I can come beat up Big Varder for you. Turn Big Varder into a big baby.
Which quest would you like?
Yeah, if you set up the party, I can, there we go. Joining.
I wish you the best of luck.
Hello. Shifter. I don't want threat. I don't want threat. I'll take Photon Blast. I actually wonder... Ooh. Well, let's get some extra experience going on. These two will help as well.
Honor to carefully,
The advanced job the teachers have extra damage to them, so... And Rizza's weak bullet. Rappy! Come on, Rappy. There we go. You can always hit Rappies a second time, and then you get an extra thing out of them. Atoll's big laser is nice. It's not the best tech, but it's cool. It's not even technically a tech, but action. red meat from machines. I don't know about you, but that's my favorite kind of red meat. It's the mechanical kind. Right, where I was in one of my, where I was in the quests there, I have to charge up my overload again. I was just mentally wondering why my overload needed charged. It takes a long time to recharge. It's a really good thing, so I do understand why it takes forever. But... Mono mate. Cleaning up a few robots that spawned as we were passing through. There we go. Only a couple left there. But... now to come turn Big Varder into a nice big baby.
Emergency. Ears open.
I got a laser too.
Emergency code due.
That should be all of his missiles dealt with. Yeah, I got a laser too, big boy. Mine's bigger. Big Varder exploding will cause damage.
You're clear to return. Come on back.
Completed.
Yeah. There you go. Big Varder is now a big pile of scrap. Yeah, that's the skill that was on cooldown this whole time. I have a heal. It's pretty nice. Doesn't tell me how much it gives in recovers for HP, but it also gives 50 PP for 20 seconds. Which is pretty nice. I just wish it didn't have a long-ass cooldown. I can do it twice. It takes 180 seconds to recharge one charge of it. So it's more of an emergency button, but Pure Atoll can do it. It's something that you can't do as a sub Atoll, but it healed Lucot and Rizza for more, so I think it's based on your max HP. Yeah, Atoll's got some fun things it does that only it can do. As with all the Scion jobs. It, however, cannot do any normal actions. Like, I can't use, like, if there was any normal rod techniques, I wouldn't be able to use them. Which, I mean, is fair. Like... Okay, now.
Which quest would you like?
Wrong thing. I need this. Super hard.
I wish you the best of luck.
I mean, yeah, 'cause I mean, I've got these 4 skills, which are honestly in a lot of ways better than a lot of the default techs. And, like, you get them for every weapon usable, so, like, Hero will have, like, Rising Slash here. Like, you throw your sword in the air and then slash as long as you hold down the button. With a potency of 2161. Bright Blade Buster. 1412 potency. Wide unleash an attack while avoiding damage. Can be charged to unleash a wide range strike. Trick Flash is a yeah, swaps to your Talus and then you unleash a follow-up attack. Bullet Blitz switches to your twin machine guns and uses an attack there. You've also got your twin machine gun techs, your Talus techs. Hero has the most, honestly. Like, most variety, anyway. Because, like, Atoll here, I do have the Double Saber, Soaring Blades, and the Rod, but none of these really work together. Not in the way the Hero techs do. Which is one of the things people like about Hero, because, like, there's Switchfire Gambit that swaps from your twin machine guns to your sword. And then Slight Shot Gambit, which swaps from the twin machine gun to the Talus. You know. Yeah, when you make a new character, you will have to talk with Coffee and claim the quest. But you don't actually need, like, you don't need to go and do anything for it. You just talk to her and claim the permit trial, and it just works. You don't actually need the requirement met. You just click it, get it.
You'll have to excuse me. Which quest are you up for?
Careful, okay?
Let's see. Yeah, I'll take PP economizing. Reduces PP costs, so. I don't remember by how much, but it does reduce them. Like, it is the one thing with Hero, if you will want to have all three of your weapon types, where, like, in the case of a Twol, you can kind of just focus into one, and it doesn't really matter. And even with Hero, you can get by with two, but you still want at least two of them. And usually it's something and twin machine guns. Man, I should try Corrupted Navarius with just the Atwal. Could be fun. Swords, guns, and Talus. The Talus is like throwing cards kind of thing. Though there is a Talus that actually looks like a sword on your back. But I always call the Talus Tails by accident, or at least used to. I've gotten better at calling it the Talus. I have minor dyslexia, so my brain will sometimes just mix a couple letters around. Yep. I'm actually thinking of starting to level my hero at some point. But I do want to get a Twol to 75 first. I need to stop getting distracted by other things, because I would like to be able to get back to playing all of the difficulties. Especially where there are some urgent quests that, like, you can only do if you can do ultra hards. So, and technically I could do ultra hards if I swapped my subclass back to Bouncer, but I'd become considerably weaker if I did that. At least defensively. Offensively, I'd be about the same, honestly, but Nav Rappies. Look at all these frickin' Nav Rappies. I mean, I'll take the Mesta, but Jesus. That almost felt like arrest should have been happening. I don't know why Arx likes to arrest nav rappies, but they do. I also got kind of shocked last night that the urgent quest for fighting Yamato was, like, empty. Nobody was playing it. To the point where, like, the group I went in with, which was literally just Lilipan friend, like, when we finished our run, and we waited, like, 15 minutes before entering once, even though it was a repeatable urgent. Because, like, it is a lot smoother with more players, because it's basically an urgent quest of 2 sections. There's a on-foot section, and then there's a section in the AIS. Everyone is equal within an AIS. So, you know, and you're balanced for the difficulty. Basically meaning, regardless of difficulty, you'll always be on the power level for that second phase. But when we completed, the urgent quest got 2% completion. It ended at 2% completion. Nobody else played it. Which is wild to me, given that used to be, and the last time I ran it on Global, it was still a really popular urgent quest, but that used to be, like, the most popular urgent quest. Because, like, who doesn't want to fight Battleship Yamato? You know? You fight a phantom Battleship Yamato in mech suits. Who doesn't want to do that?
I've been expecting you. Drop by anytime.
Okay. Gold key. Ooh, that was Rappy Fever, too. Okay. Well, what's this one? Okay, that's Tokyo Bonus Gold. Okay. Rappy Fever is nice. I'm gonna want inventory space. Okay.
What is it?
What would you like to do?
But yeah, the hero is Sword, Twin Machine Gun, Talus. Ignore Gunblade. You can technically use a Gunblade, but ignore the Gunblade. The Gunblade is the Luster's weapon and nobody else's. Everyone can use it, but the Luster is the only one that can actually make use of it. So. And it's the only weapon the Luster can
Feel
use.
free to stop by
Convenient,
anytime.
that.
Nice to see you again. I'm happy.
Yes, give me the rations. Thank you, Reza.
Later, later, later.
Rations. Okay, Barbara doesn't have anything else for me yet.
I'm so happy to see you.
Lucat does, though. Lambda Grinder? Lambda Grinder. 3 Lambda Grinders. Okay. I will take 3 Lambda Grinders. Do you want to put the fish rations away?
Which quest are you up for?
Rappy Fever, that's the one I'm up for.
Good luck.
This might actually get me 2 levels. Which would be really nice. I have nothing to feed my mag. Okay, Shifta until I get EXP. Come on. EXP. I mean, I could be debanding for rare drop as well, but I want the experience better. Or more. I can speak. I can brain. I have one, apparently. Go. Ah, yes. Those are always important to do. Try boost. I'm getting low on 100% tries. I'll have to get some. Wait, I can feed my mag, because it needs monomates. There we go. And this one I can definitely feed now. So take the custom. Take the grenade round. I really wish mags were working properly right now. That'd be pretty cool. I'd have so much higher stat. Let's come zap some rappies with a giant laser. I love getting Rappy Fever. Like, it's such good experience. And while the gear from it isn't great, it's all stuff you kind of want to pick up. Because of the trait MP Embrace. So I'm gonna leave the non-red stuff, because those ones, even with MP Embrace, would not be worth anything. Alright. Now. I did not gain 2 levels, but I came pretty close. That has MP Embrace. That's pretty nice. Though, honestly, MP Embrace isn't terribly amazing. It's better than most things.
Leave it to me. Oh, this is a great find. 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 Oh, this is a great find.
Yeah, let's see. There's an MP. There's an MP. You know what I could actually just do? Enhanced item. What do I need? I mean, this can be upgraded, so...
seems you've succeeded.
Let's see, any other MP embraces? Doesn't look like it. It's not really worth the Lambda Grinders not having any more MP, but... Got 1 level out of those, so... Not gonna complain about that.
Come back soon. What do you require?
We'll sell those, keep the melee weapons. Shall get rid of any of the low star melees.
Thank you very much. I look forward to your next visit.
Don't forget to prepare before setting off. Thank you very much. Take care of yourself out there. Which quest are you up for?
Okay,
Come
let's
back
see.
anytime.
Did not mean to back all the way up. Ah, I need to be level 70. Damn it. Ah, I was gonna go there. I have things I need to do in the corrupted zones. Stretching. Ah. Love a good stretch. I don't remember doing time attacks. I was gonna say I've never done them, but I don't remember ever doing them.
Expecting you. Drop by anytime.
Right, it was a weekly mission. Need to clear a super hard time attack.
Which quest would you like?
Well, let's try a super hard time attack.
I wish you the best of luck.
What's the worst that happens? I fail? Like, no penalty to failing. So... yeah. Can bring NPCs. Bring the meat shields. XP up.
Show me what you got.
Hey, big boy. You're the powerful enemy, huh? Oh, those are all the ways here. Okay. Hey there, Fang Banshee. Really hate to do this to you, man. Now, does he drop loot? Yes, it means the other boss probably did too. I just didn't grab the loot. Bugs. Now for this final boss. That is apparently already taking damage. Bam. EA unit box. I don't think I really need that. Damn good. I mean, I think that's at least like 10-star armor, so that is something. No, it's not. The box itself was higher rarity. I mean, okay, this does have some nice things on it. For HP, at least. Like, this is something I could probably... Yeah. I can put this stuff in, like, my default storage for another character. It's definitely not bad. Now I can go back to Corrupted Navaris.
What would you like to do?
What I like to do... Learn things. That's what. Okay, that'd be 15%. That's 15%. Doesn't matter at this point which one I put it in then. May as well finish off 2 first.
Feel free to stop by anytime.
Which quest would you like?
Which quest would I like? The one I probably can't do. That is interesting. Okay, I'm not level 75 yet, but I actually wonder if the advanced jobs can even get in here, because you can't have a subclass.
I wish you the best of luck.
I actually want D-band. Because I know I have a lot of defense already, but this place hurts.
Careful, okay?
Quite honestly, I'm not positive that I can do this. Because not only does this place hurt, but the enemies have a crap load of HP. Now, there is a trick to both Corrupted Navaris and Corrupted Lilipa. The final boss of them isn't the worst. So what you can do is just rush for the exit. You'll get like a C. But you'll be through it. Now, that does not make any progress towards Claris Craze's missions. But, you know. If you just need the completion for something, that's how you get it. Okay. And it's also the thing to do, basically, if you end up encountering a boss that you know you can't beat. Is just run. Just get to the exit. You don't have to fight everything. Because that's just kind of how explorations work. Alright. Got another bird.
Please be careful.
Yeah, that's not really what you want to see. Okay. Let's use one of these. Get my health back. Okay. Where are the bosses gonna be? Going through an area like this is like playing Minesweeper, like, only without any guide. Like, game doesn't tell you how close you are to death, but you know death is near. Death is always near. I'll go north. Well, no, I'll keep going south. So there is still the Arksop to find somewhere.
Incoming alert.
Okay, this thing isn't so bad.
Emergency. Code. Attack.
It's gonna have health for days, but this thing isn't so bad. Come on, big boy. You're taking a lot of damage. Okay, he's low health now at least. Come on, big boy. Time for you to go down. Just accept the death. Doesn't do you any good to fight it. Maggot here. Yeah, I should probably heal. There we go.
Completed.
There's one boss dealt with. There's probably gonna be more. Yeah. Coffee. Oof. And Barbara says oof.
Incoming alert.
You missed. Code. Attack.
Ooh. Shiny. I mean, it's a shiny I'm probably never going to use, but shiny. Man. Corrupted Navaris really be feeling like a Final Fantasy XIV dungeon.
Completed.
For those who may not get that joke. Oh.
Here's open.
Oh, hi. No. No. No, I don't want to fight you.
Emergency. Code. Disaster.
Yeah, that is a disaster going on over there. Anna is going to go down.
Emergency. Code. Attack.
I went down. Yeah. That boss is a nightmare. That boss is the reason you carry multiple weapons. Anna's gone down, so that'll just be a failure. I'm just gonna go.
Emergency. Code. Disaster.
I'm gonna bet that the exit is this way. So I should check any client orders. I need to be using a technique. I'm not using techs, so I'm literally wasting my time here. I don't need to be here. I need to be using techs here. So yeah, I just need to head for the exit then. That's all I need to do now. Just get to the exit. You know. There it is. See? I said it would be up here. Yeah, that boss, just for reference, adapts to your weapons over time. The more you hit it with a weapon, the less damage it takes from that weapon. So you kind of need multiple weapons if you want to deal with it. This boss just does not take damage to its body until its gloves are destroyed. Special VR training. As opposed to the non-special VR training. Gonna be honest, Dio Heinel is pretty cute though. Really, I wanted that PP. That was my PP. It's over here stealing my PP after I call you cute. Come on now. It's pretty rude. There we go.
Completed.
Must have been like unique weapon badges or something. That or it went into the tree. Let's see. Whoop, did not mean to bump the mic. Okay, it's the Ares fan site. Yeah, Barbara, you can't heal me. I'm sorry to say. I cannot be healed. Yeah, got an A. And that's only because I died. So, you know, I do have that shiny to identify.
Leave it to me.
Shiny.
I got a good look at it.
Alright, it's not a terribly good shiny. I mean, it's not terrible, but I was hoping maybe it would have a higher star to it. Maybe it'd be like
A great
14. But I mean, I'll take 3 EX cubes.
What do you require?
They're required to sell some stuff.
Thank you very much. I look forward to your next visit.
I have no idea where I got all these from, but okay. Wait, I need Lilipan rocks. I know I need something else as well, but...
What do you need?
No, I just need the rocks and grinders. Keep boosting melee defense.
Well, that didn't work.
Ooh.
Well, that didn't work.
Game, please. It's a safe upgrade.
You have some
Thank you.
amazing luck.
This is also apparently safe. And yeah, Desert Topaz. Let's see. I've only got enough to do one, so... It's a safe upgrade. Right. I need to tell it to increase melee defense, because it can't just know to do that on its own.
You have some amazing
Hooray. Now I need more Lilipan rocks.
Come back soon.
Which quest are you up for?
Quest, am I up for the VR training once it comes up? Oh, yawning. And this is why I have surprise face turned off. Every time I yawn, I would surprise face. Well, shocked face or whatever it is. I also don't have angry bound. I think it's angry. No, it's sad I don't have bound. I mean, I technically do have it. It's just on a button. I mean, I'm all sad now. And I can only do it when I actually am clicked into VC Face, so I can only be sad while I'm not doing anything else. A real sad state of affairs. I figured, you know, the shortcuts would work all the time. But I'm not clicked in now, and I'm pressing that button, and it's not doing nothing. Clicked in my browser. Should I click to OBS just so I can make sure? Yeah, it's not working. No sad. No sad for me. I really wish I could stop yawning. Jesus Christ. I should not be yawning anywhere near as much as I am. I mean, admittedly, I didn't sleep well, but, like, it's sleep, so... my body has no excuse. I was gonna poke my phone while I wait, because what else am I supposed to do? 7 minutes of waiting for VR training. I have a text, apparently. Okay. I question my phone carrier at times. They sent me a text. For tips and limitations when calling 911 from your mobile phone, where 911 is available, see their website /911 or their website about us. Well, that's kind of out of nowhere, guys. It's also not from the number they usually text me from either, but was clearly their links, so I don't know. Still just waiting. The worst part about urgent quests is knowing they're coming and being like, man, I wanna play that. And then having to wait for it. It's like the worst part. I also really wish I had a better setup for my webcam. I'm just sitting here like, man, I'm gonna need to move it back after I'm done streaming so I can record properly. Because, like, I have the webcam in a different spot when I'm streaming so that I'm looking directly at it so that VC Face has an easier time with everything. But for recording Animal Crossing, I have the webcam closer to the TV I'm playing it on while still being on top of my main monitor so that, like, I'm looking more towards it when I'm recording Animal Crossing. So, yeah. Sip. There is a fair few people here. Wonder if this one will have anyone running it at higher difficulties. Okay. Very little bit of coffee left. Just not able to get it with the straw. Which means VC Face has a problem because it can't see me through the cup. Which, you know, I'd argue that's a good thing, but, you know. I had to fill my cup with water. I have not been drinking much today. Seeing as I've been awake since 8 a.m. and I just finished my morning coffee. It's 3 p.m. now. I need to drink more.
Emergency mission alert.
Which quest do you
Special
want?
There we
training
go.
for all ARC's ops is underway.
Mining
Report
base.
to the quest counter to join the mission.
Okay. Let's see where people are running. There's no parties on any of them. Not that I would think there would be. It's mining base. Here I was hoping this might actually be one that would have people playing it. Oh, there is someone here. Let's join this one.
Come back anytime.
Okay. They must have instantly filled up. Thing is, I don't really want to jump into extremely hard unless there's actually other people there. Ugh. Nobody likes mining base.
Come back anytime.
Okay. I'll just do something else. I want to clear out the inventory spot of those tickets. One would think, with how many urgent quests there are, and how many of them that are in the rotation, that ones that nobody liked doing just wouldn't show up very often, because people generally like most of them. It's just the tower defense ones. Because the tower defense ones, like, require more teamwork than your average urgent quest. So...
What's up?
Which quest would you like?
I gotta get 5 levels. Weasel poke again. Any running? Nope. That's some super hards. There's the bouncer phantom. So yeah. They just went straight in. Or no, they went up a difficulty. They went up to ultra hard.
I look forward to your next visit.
I could do advanced still. Let's just get all those out.
Which quest would you like? I wish you the best of luck.
Wait, I haven't checked in a while. Yeah, still a fair way off. My Tekker subbed with Itwol could probably equip that. Which would be nice for the Tekker if I subbed Itwol. But I sub Phantom on the Tekker.
Time for some extracurricular activities. Is Turk okay?
Screw it. 20. I may regret that having done that, but...
Contacting all personnel.
Even then, it's only a May. Doesn't seem like it's gonna be all that difficult. Photon boosters.
Lighting back up.
May as well see what he's dropping. Heal pad that I don't need. I haven't taken any damage yet. I'm almost insulted that the game thought I needed it. Hey, Apprentice. Hi, Apprentice.
Completed.
Photon boosters.
Emergency.
We arresting Rappies? We are. We're arresting Rappies. They had it coming, you know.
Code. Arrest.
Congratulations on completing the objective.
Completed. Emergency. Code. Distraction.
Hooray! Boss time!
Change over. Code.
Melt the boss time!
Completed.
Or photon boosters. I really wish there was more to do with photon boosters. Like, plenty to do with photon drops.
Emergency. Code. Protection.
Hostiles on our right. Hostiles on our right.
Man, there's hostiles all around you. More than just on your right.
Hostiles on our tail. Hostiles on our tail.
Dead enemies. Love me a good tasty dead enemy.
Hostiles on our tail.
Completed.
But like, there's plenty to do with photon spheres, photon drops. Not so much photon crystals, but these can at least be turned into photon spheres. But photon boosters, there's not a huge amount to do with them. It's like 4 different things to functionally be the same thing. Except, you know, one is less useful than all the others. And it's technically the biggest of them. You know?
Ears open.
Emergency. Code.
Hey, got his sword.
Emergency. Ears open.
Change over. Code. You.
Let me equip the sword weapons.
Completed.
Emergency.
Oh. Okay, is this just evade or kill it?
Emergency. Code. Avoid.
Avoid. Okay. I can do that. Did you give me a gun, though? You didn't.
Congratulations on completing the objective.
You know, I don't care about the PSC burst.
Completed.
As I say that, I kind of care about it. I mean, I'll stop to kill a Rappy. I'll do one run of it, and if it forces me through another one, I'll just move on. Because there does come a point where you've spent so much time doing it, where you've kind of lost experience. Especially on your own.
Crossburst.
Yeah, I'm just gonna move on. Because it's just not really worth it. Star weapon. Very nice. I mean, it's still just one cube, but, you know. Still a nice find.
Alert levels for the entire area are rising.
Yeah, it seems like quite the error happening. I'm getting another PSE burst. I do find it kind of funny how, like, playing, say, Forza Twol. If I get poisoned, I would fix it. Like, I would just tap anti and I'm not poisoned anymore. Now that I'm playing just a Twol, and it would cost an item to fix that poison, I don't care anymore. I'll be poisoned. Like, I really don't mind being poisoned. If it's gonna cost me an item to fix it, and that's... Nah, I'll be poisoned. I'm a big guy. Oh, is it not dead? There we go. Advanced capsule E. Rush E? Am I rushing to the E? Ooh, another shiny. Another shiny I'm probably never going to actually use, but... it is at least going to be 3 cubes. And it'd have to be pretty foolish.
First finish.
Yawning. I will say, there is something I'm tempted to yap about, but it's almost not worth my time to yap about. Because, like, the one thing that is worth my time to mention, and this will kind of give away what the thing that's basically not worth my time to yap about is, the Stop Killing Games initiative is almost to their stretching goal of, you know, their stretched goal of 1.4 million signatures. Which is really nice, because that'll almost guarantee that it's going to get in front of Parliament, European Parliament. Which will be really nice. And if any of y'all watching this are EU citizens, and can sign the petition for the initiative, and you haven't already, please do so. Like, the amount of misinformation that got shared around the initiative is way too high, but to summarize, almost everything you've probably heard misinformation-wise about the initiative is complete BS and not things that the initiative was asking for or could do. Like, the amount of times I've seen people in response to the Stop Killing Games initiative be like, but what about Final Fantasy XIV or World of Warcraft? What about them? They are already out. Law is almost never retroactive. Like, anything that's already on the market would be fine. It's only for future games. You know, those games that don't exist yet. Those would have to comply. And quite simply, those are kind of straw man arguments to go, but what about World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV? When private servers for both games already exist. They're not official, no. That just means that if Blizzard or Square were to make, say, server binaries available, the player base would just adopt those for their private servers. Like, they would just adopt the regular binaries instead of their reverse-engineered ones. That's basically all it means. Literally, both of those MMOs would be fully capable of complying with the Stop Killing Games initiative already. Which should go to show how little that's actually asking for. Like, and I don't even know how this is a controversial take, but yeah, we should be able to own the things we pay for. And like, anyone who's against it, I imagine if this was any other context, they would be right on board. Like, imagine if instead of Stop Killing Games, it was, I don't know, Stop Killing Cars. And it was, you know, car manufacturers, which this is something car manufacturers could do, by the way. But if the legal precedent is set from the Stop Killing Games initiative, then they'd have a much harder time doing it. Let's imagine, you know, it's a running joke, but let's imagine Apple makes a car. And then 2 years down the road after making their first car, they make another one. And then release an update to all of that first generation of car to render them incapable of being driven on, say, highways. They basically artificially limit the speed of those vehicles to 50 kilometers an hour. Suddenly, your previously highway-capable car is now only city-capable. Then, a year or two later after that, they release an update that just completely bricks your car. That car you just, you know, you'd spent probably hundreds of thousands of dollars on is now a glorified paperweight because they basically just remotely shut it off because they were done supporting it. So rather than, you know, allow you to keep driving the car that you purchased and own that, you know, is your property, they decided, nope, it's their property, actually, and you're not allowed to drive it anymore because they said so, but, you know, you paid the money for it, but it was theirs the whole time. You were just renting it from them. Like, that's the argument the games industry is using for why they should be allowed to basically destroy games that you purchase. And, like, I know there'd be someone at some point who would be like, oh, but what, you know, Sega wouldn't be able to keep Phantasy Star Online 2 running. It's like, no, they can't. But again, it's a good thing laws aren't retroactive then, isn't it? They wouldn't have to comply. Like, anything that's already released would not have to comply with the initiative. There's honestly probably going to be a date set on the Stop Killing Games initiative if it does go through. You know, and the Parliament actually decides it's a good idea. Like, there will probably be a start date. Like, let's say 2030. You know, give game developers 5 years to come up with solutions. That seems pretty reasonable to me. That honestly seems a little too reasonable, given we're basically just asking game developers to go back developing games like they used to. Because that's something people seem to forget, is that right now, if you have a disc copy of, let's say, Diablo 2, you can, assuming you have a CD drive in your computer, you can pop that bad boy into your computer, install the original release of Diablo 2, and play Diablo 2. You might think, oh, but what if I want to play online? Well, if you want to play online, then you download a remote LAN tool like Hamachi, and the person you want to play with also has to download the same remote LAN tool. And then you fire up Hamachi, and ta-da, you can now connect to each other over the internet. Technically over a LAN connection. And now you can play the original Diablo 2 online with somebody on the other side of the planet with your old disc copies of the game. There are no more official servers. You can't fire up an official Diablo 2 server and connect with that. But you can set up your own LAN connection. Like, that is what the Stop Killing Games initiative is asking for. Reasonably playable. Not every feature is still there. There's no more continued support. But you can still play Diablo 2. When Blizzard decides to stop supporting Diablo 3, it's gone. When Blizzard decides to stop supporting Diablo 4, it's gone. Those are games, like them or hate them, that at some point in the future, people will no longer be able to experience. And say what you will about Diablo 3, at least, because I've not played Diablo 4, I can't speak for it. It's got a pretty decent story to it. A pretty decent story that at some point in the future, people will only be able to experience via videos. They won't be able to actually play them anymore.
One more.
And that's a shame. That it shouldn't be like that. Like... And I know there's been the argument of, well, this is what gamers have fed with their wallets that they want. It's like, yeah, see, that's the problem. Boycotts in gaming don't work. There's a pretty famous picture of a Call of Duty Modern Warfare boycott group on Steam, where basically everybody in that group that was boycotting the game was playing this Call of Duty. Like, boycotts don't work. If for no other reason, then, you know, your friend who's not boycotting it picks up the game and then wants to play it with you. So what do? Tell your friend, nah, I'm boycotting the game. I can't play it with you. And you shouldn't have bought it. And try and make your friend feel bad for enjoying themselves? Or do you just go, screw it, and pick up the game anyway? Because what's your boycott even gonna do? And the answer is your boycott would probably have not done anything anyway. So it's not like it mattered. But... because, like, you really think Activision's gonna care that 10, 20,000 people don't want to buy their game? A few billion people don't buy their game every time they launch. They're not gonna care about dropping the bucket more, you know? Given how asset flippy Call of Duty has become, like... It's really not much of a stretch to say they probably don't spend all that much making a Call of Duty game. So... and, like, I feel it should go without saying that I am definitely a supporter of the Stop Killing Games initiative. Because I've been playing games long enough to know that it doesn't have to be this way. And, like, the argument of, like, oh, but that'll kill off live service games. It's like, you've already sold me on it. If I could sign, I would. You don't need to sell me more on it. Like... the argument that it would kill off MMOs is flat out wrong. The number of MMOs with private servers should tell you that one. Games like Avorion existing should tell you that one. Avorion, for those who don't know, is basically a spaceship game where you build your own little spaceship and explore an absolutely monumentally huge galaxy. And you can have as many friends join you as your computer can handle when hosting a server. Like, I could, in theory, fire up a server and have, like, 1,000 people on it if I wanted to. And my computer could handle it. I would need a Threadripper for that. But you get the idea. Like, you know, all I'd have to do is set the player count high enough. it's functionally an MMO with how it plays as well. Like, there is basically level progression.
Emergency code used.
There's level progression, material progression, there's loot, there's, you know... It's basically about as much of an MMO as Phantasy Star is. And it works just fine. It was never sold as an MMO, but it could have been. Like, they could have easily sold that as an MMO. They just didn't. So, like, that kind of flies in the face of everyone going, but it wouldn't, but it would work.
I got a good look at it.
And, like, the thing being that games have been running effectively massive multiplayer
Oh, this is a great find.
without being MMOs for years now.
Find.
Like,
Oh, this is a
Heck.
great find.
I've done this myself. Like, I could host, say, a Minecraft server. Myself. And through doing that, have, you know, given my current computer, I could probably have, I would guess, 80 or so people on that server before I started encountering major performance hits. Like, let that sink in for a moment. My desktop could probably handle around 80 players before I started encountering major performance issues.
What do you require?
Like, may as well hang on to these.
Thank you very much.
I imagine the Yao sword's probably not worth anything, but I don't know when I picked up a sports car, but
Thank you very much.
must have got 23,500 Mesta worth of Mesta crystals.
Thank you very much.
More Mesta.
I look forward to your next visit.
It's like, that's why I really don't understand the people who are so against stop killing games. Like, the only thing I can think of is they're against it for malicious reasons. Like, that's the only thing I can really come to. Or they've just been horrifically misinformed on what it actually is and never looked into it themselves. That is also a possibility. Given a certain creator with millions of followers who, you know, can barely program and thinks himself an expert in gaming. These are good experience. Hmm. Yeah, I'll hop back into here.
I wish you the best of luck.
And like, I'm not gonna deny, it'll definitely be probably difficult for a lot of modern game developers to shift away from their heavy reliance on always online, as well as things like, you know, various server binaries and such that they're just simply not allowed to give away. But tough. Like, they created the problem. Like, none of this would be happening or be necessary if game developers hadn't created this problem in the first place. We wouldn't be here talking about, hey, stop destroying our games that we've paid for, if game developers weren't destroying our games that we've paid for. It's not even exactly the developers, it's the studios. But, you know, it's the developers doing things that allow the studios to do that. So, you know. Still kind of falls back onto the developers. Though I think the most frustrating thing I've seen around this so far was multiple game developers turning to, you know, people in support of Stop Killing Games and be like, okay, well then how would I fix this? It's like, well, that's not my job to figure out. I can point you at a lot of old resources of how to make games. That would probably tell you how to do it. You know, point you to old Game Dev 101 books. That would probably help. And hey, they're probably still in C++, so, you know, you'd probably be pretty sad. It'll already be in a language you should be using. Though, let's be honest, it doesn't matter which programming language you use. You can generally understand any of them, as long as you understand the one you're using. Like, it is really funny, and quite honestly, the sign of a bad game developer. Phone? Oh, there is. Like, it's a sign of a pretty bad game designer when one thinks that you need to be experienced in a game engine to understand how the game engine works. Like, that was one of the first things that I was told when I started getting into programming and game design philosophy back in 2008 was, you know, learn one programming language. It doesn't matter which one you learn, but learn it. Once you've learned it, you know all of them now. Because they all function under the same principles. There might be subtle quirks to this one and that one, But for the most part, you know one, you know them all. And the things you learn programming in one language will carry over to any other language. You don't need to be an expert to know how to use any programming language, as long as you actually know how to use the language you're using. Like, that isn't a controversial thing. That's literally something that has been taught in game design for decades. Like, you'd be hard-pressed to find a veteran programmer that wouldn't have that, you know, wouldn't tell you that, basically. Because it's true. And, like, that even goes beyond game design. I imagine even hackers would tell you the same thing. Like, so, you know, if you've got someone who's claiming to have 20 years of programming experience split between hacking and game development, telling you that, oh no, you don't understand what you're talking about because you've not used his engine, or the engine he's using, but maybe he doesn't actually have that many years of experience at actually programming. Just maybe. Like, I want to yap and point out how dumb this person I'm alluding to is, but I won't. Mostly because it wouldn't do any good. Nothing anybody says is going to change this person's opinion in any way about anything. And I have yapped enough about that person, specifically in my Animal Crossing videos, so, you know. But yeah, like, I will say, as a minor criticism of Ross, the guy who organized the Stop Killing Games initiative, he can be really bad at explaining things. Like, I didn't watch the full interview, but he did an interview with Louis Rossmann. And Louis Rossmann was basically asking, like, can you define what a always online, you know, a game as a service, always online game is? Like, and Ross is like, well, I can give you examples. Like, it's this game or that game. It's like, no, simple terms. An always online game is a game that is forced to connect to a server that the game developers control, that they can turn off at any time they want, and basically removes your ability to play the game. This is, in a lot of ways, functionally different than an MMO, like what I'm playing here, because an MMO, while a lot of this is happening on my own computer, everything you're seeing, me moving left and right, you know, me picking this up, that is happening on the server, not actually happening on my computer. Me picking things up is not actually happening on my own computer. An always online game, everything that you're seeing is probably still happening on your own computer. The only thing that is tied to the internet is the handshake to prove that, oh, you own this game.
Code. Avoid.
That is an always online game. One that requires your computer to perform a digital handshake with the developer's server to play the game that you paid for. That you own.
Congratulations on completing the objective.
Because, like, that was basically a major point of confusion, it seemed, for Louis Rossman. It's like, well, what even is this? You know, because he's not a gamer. Like, you need to be able to explain this to non-gamers. And, like, it's also, in general, a case of, at least this is how I tend to approach things, it's in general better to actually answer the question you're being asked rather than try to figure out what they might actually be asking. If you just answer what you've been asked and that wasn't actually what they were looking for, then they can ask another question. Hey, 71.
All personnel.
And, like, if people question, you know, well, why would developers do this whole always online stuff?
Emergency.
Well, the easiest way to answer that is because they want money. And if they do an always online experience, then they know that you will always be connecting to their server to play the game. Thus, they can sell you microtransactions for the game. You know, they can sell you little accessories to make your experience just that little bit better. You know. They can sell you the toppings to your cheeseburger that you used to just get, but now you gotta buy every topping individually. The only thing you're guaranteed is the buns. You want that whole burger, you gotta buy all the DLC. So saying that, there's even some games with a ton of DLC that are perfectly able to be compliant with Stop Killing Games. And wouldn't you know it, they're older games. Yeah, I'm thinking of something like Dungeon Defenders. If Chromatic Games were to go under, I think it's Chromatic Games that does Dungeon Defenders. If they were to go under and, you know, basically stop paying for Steam servers, you could still play Dungeon Defenders online via local connection. And you would still also have everything single player as well, which is the entire experience of the game as well, just harder because you're on your own. Local play would also still exist, meaning because it's a Steam game, you'd be able to still remote split screen. And if Steam were to ever shut down, you can bet there would be some companies step up to make a remote split screen, service that you could pay for. Like, that would fall into reasonably playable. Like, it's so frustrating to me to hear people be like, oh, this would be so... This is, like, impossible. Game developers can't... It'd be so expensive, and it's like, it wouldn't be, though. Like, let's even look at this from an expense perspective. All of their microcode that they're licensing that allows them to do always online easier costs money. Not buying all that stuff to do the always online part of it would be cheaper because they're not paying for all that licensing all that microcode. Running those servers are expensive. You want to run a decent server for your game to make it so your always online experience isn't completely terrible, even though it'll always be a bit terrible because it's an always online experience. You kind of need to pay for a pretty snazzy server. And those are expensive. Even if you want to host that yourself, you want to set up that server in-house. Servers ain't cheap. Even, like, places and companies that have set up, like, a simple local server just for storing things on. They know servers are not cheap. I mean, like, if you wanted a big enough server to run, say, an always online experience that you're expecting to have, 50,000 players online at any given time. That's your peak. That's what you're expecting. You would probably be... Thank you for following, Ray Murasame? I believe that would be. You'd probably be looking at, to run a server with that many players for an always online experience, you'd probably be looking at around $80,000 to get your server set up. That you'd be able to save for your game by just simply not doing an always online experience. That's budget you could put somewhere else. It'd be great. You could put it into, making your game better. It did take me a second, but I'm glad I pronounced your name correctly. You've kind of come in at me rambling about the Stop Killing Games initiative. I get yapping about something and then I just yap, so... Hence the title. like, I know I've already mentioned this as well, but it bears repeating that these issues, quote-unquote, that would exist if, you know, if game developers tried to make things basically have an end-of-life plan, still work after they cease support, they're new issues. This was never an issue before. You know, if you wanted to play an old, like, Windows 98 game, you probably can still do it. It comes down to you to make it work at this point, but the game is still playable. You could still play it if you can get it to work. The getting it to work is the hard part, because it probably doesn't natively work on modern Windows. And that's fine. Which is another thing that I've seen people be like, oh, but what happens when a game ceases support and then, say, Windows 12 comes along and it doesn't work on Windows 12? Well, does it still work on Windows 11? If so, that's reasonably playable. That's the point of leaving it kind of vague, is that means that, you know, you don't have to mandate stuff like that. All it really has to be is reasonably playable with the technology of the day. Allowing for a game to, you know, cease support. Supporting only natively supporting the modern operating systems. And, you know, that it already supported. It wouldn't have to, like, if it didn't run on Linux, they wouldn't have to make a Linux version. You know, it didn't support Linux in the first place, so it would be a bit unreasonable at that point to expect a Linux version. But, like, you know, like, let's say a game shuts down today, and it only works on modern Windows, so Windows 10, 11. Well, Microsoft is surely about to announce Windows 12. They just are. Windows 10 is ending support in October, which also PSA if you're still on Windows 10. You know, you should be seeing about getting off Windows 10. I know 11 isn't ideal, but you can disable Windows Update still, so, you know, just get an ISO for a version before recall existed, and you don't need to deal with recall. Yeah, like, they don't need to be disabling the game, except they built it in such a way they don't have a choice if they aren't supporting it anymore. But, like, there's some people who have made the argument of, well, but it would be so unfair to the game developers, and they'd have to put in so much work, and they'd have to continue support, but they wouldn't. Once support ends, they're done, as long as it's reasonably playable. Yeah, the long-time service branch can still keep going. It would still probably not be the worst idea to get off of Windows 10. That's just my perspective on that, though, because, like, I'd rather get used to the operating system I'm probably using next before I need to get used to it, kind of thing. Because, let's be honest, Windows 12 is probably not going to be any better, if there even is a Windows 12. I'm actually kind of shocked they haven't announced a Windows 12 yet. But I imagine that announcement's coming soon if it's going to happen. And I mean, like, the funniest thing about Windows 11, given it is Windows, my Windows 11, minus the shape of the, like, File Explorer boxes, looks functionally the same as Windows 10 did. Because it's Windows. Windows 10 is within Windows 11. Everything is still there. And the unofficial Windows tweaker allows for pretty easy customization. Yeah, Claire's craze is dead. Come on, girl, you're supposed to be strong. What are you doing laying on the ground like that?
Completed.
I mean, hell, Windows is a great example for, you know, the principles of stop killing games not being an issue. Given you could install Windows Millennium right now, and you could use Windows Millennium, you'd have to install Firefox, and that would be your only real browser, because it's the only one that really works on the older versions. And opening an internet browser would probably infect your computer with so many viruses that it would become unusable almost instantly. But that I have not heard of. But I would not be surprised, given how lazy some tech companies are. Yeah, I'm running a Kingston drive. And what was the other one? Team Group? Yeah, Team Group. Which, for whatever reason, my computer has the Team Group one, which is my E drive as disk 1. Okay, computer. Yep.
Emergency. Ears open.
That is kind of funny.
Emergency. Code due.
Yeah, sounds about right for any tech company, if I'm honest. You know, like, I'm going to be completely honest. I've never fully understood why people hate Windows 11 so much now that it's been fixed. I get the first impressions of it were bad. I get that. Back when it was basically a mobile operating system masquerading as a desktop operating system. that was bad. But they fixed that. Like, that crap is still in Windows 11, because of course it is. It's Windows. I literally have a Windows, I think 90-something, one of the older versions. I have an icon from that was baked into Windows 11 as the icon for my sound mixer. Because, you know, I needed one for the shortcut. Like, it's Windows. They never get rid of anything. I don't even know how many of these capsules I have left. Let's see. 42. Well, 30 was fine. Let's push to 40. Like, I don't fully understand it myself. But I will also admit I'm a bit of a special case when it comes to adapting to new things. I'm really good at it. So, you know. That probably helps. Like, I'm the kind of person that you can sit me down in front of a game with, like, the jankiest controls you've ever seen. I'll get used to them. And it probably won't take me that long, either. So, like... I've always been just kind of weirdly good at that. By that same token, if I try to modify those controls after learning them, I will struggle so much. Could I please get to the ground? There we go. I mean, to me, it's also just kind of the same thing as the people who are still sitting around being like, man, Windows 7. It's like, I mean, it's an operating system. That might also be part of it, is I honestly haven't seen a major tangible difference in operating systems between any of the computers I've owned. And I've used computers from Windows 98 till modern. There's definitely been some changes. But, like, for the most part, the changes are good. Like, I have a laptop that still runs Windows 7. It never connects to the internet. I hate that task manager. It's so just bad. Like, it tells you virtually nothing. There's almost no reason for it to exist other than to force end programs Like,
Completed.
of which I know the response would usually be there of like, we'll download something like Hardware Monitor. That'll tell you everything you want to know. It's like, yeah, it will, but let's be real. We shouldn't need third-party programs to have our operating system tell us what it's doing. Figure out how much of how much of our CPU is being used exactly. Especially given my old CPU was an Intel 13600KF. That has performance and efficiency cores. The task manager would often say, CPU's at 100%, boss. When what it meant was 2 of the performance cores were capped off. But it was the first and second core. So as far as Windows saw, it's capped off, boss. But nah, there's tons of it left. And using a program like Hardware Monitor, you could see that. Also using Modern Task Manager, you can just open up the process view and look at all of your cores and threads, and then see that, oh yeah, it's not actually maxed. Windows 7, you would not be able to do that. Yeah, but it's Intel, so it, as far as I can tell, never happened. I have to say that because I did stop using that CPU once I started noticing performance degradation. Yay. I still have that thing. It's still technically under warranty. I could RMA it. I just bought a new CPU. I'm on AMD now. I'm on a 9800X3D now. Which basically means I'm good for probably the next decade, you know? Because I highly doubt that the 9800X3D is going to get outdated anytime soon. And while 10 years or so from now it probably won't be able to be an ultra settings CPU, that's more GPU side anyway, but, you know, it'll probably still work. Yeah, which is so nice. It's almost like AMD actually kind of cares slightly about their users. I can't say they actually care, but they care slightly. I mean, that tool was almost certainly made more for developers than users, but, you know. The fact that users can actually use it. Gee, my hair's bugging my face. Sip. It is kind of funny, though, that I've kind of become, like, the tech person for my family, even though I'm not actually that technically inclined. I just spent, like, close to a year looking over everything I could around, like, computer components, because I was building my own computer, and wanted to do what I could to basically ensure I was getting the most value for my dollar. Because I didn't have infinite money for building the computer with, so I couldn't just go with what looks, you know, the shiniest. Had to actually look into things. But this has turned into people generally, my family being like, man, what should I want to upgrade, what should I do? It's like, well, if you don't have much money, there's the AMD, Radeon, is it Radeon? Ryzen? Ryzen. Radeon's the GPUs. Ryzen, 5500, or if you have a little more money, the 5600, or a little more money on top of that, the 5700 X3D. Those are your CPU options. One of my family members was initially not terribly enthused with all of the AMD options I was giving him. He wanted Intel. Until I pointed out to him that literally I was getting off Intel because my CPU was dying prematurely because Intel's kind of crap at making CPUs right now. Which I don't think anyone can really argue with. Like, sure, Intel does have the, they hold the crown for the best general performance. And I think that crown is still held by the 14900, not even their newest CPU. But if you just look at the amount of power they have to pump through that little chip to make that happen, just so AMD is not the best, while AMD is using a fraction of that power budget. Like, Intel's kind of crap at making CPUs right now. They are really playing catch-up, and the only way they could compete was pumping more power through the chip than was safe. For their design, at least. And let's be honest, probably safe in general, but, The only thing I didn't manage to convince this family member on was not buying NVIDIA for the graphics card. So they're rocking a 5600 and a GTX 3060. 12 gigabytes. Yeah, like, Intel also seems to have had very much a problem for a long time of basically going, well, we still have technically the best CPU, So we don't have competition. We don't need to try very hard. You know. I mean, gestures at basically everything pre, like, what was it? 8000 series Intel? 8th gen? Like, it was basically all the same quad-core CPU over and 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 over. And that wasn't that long ago. Intel got lazy. Because they had no real competition until Ryzen. And then Ryzen happened, and suddenly they had competition again. But they still don't seem able to properly compete. Like, they can compete by absolutely pumping power into things. And they're getting there. The Core Ultra 2 stuff they've got going on at least is lower power. Like, they're not pumping like 300 watts through the CPU anymore. So, you know, progress. But, like...
Incoming alert.
they're still struggling.
Emergency. Code. Attack.
I don't know what CPUs those would be, if I'm honest. I don't tend to know CPUs by codename. But... yeah, I'm also really glad for Ryzen. Just simply because, like... I don't know what I would do if there hadn't been Ryzen, but Intel carried on the same way they did. Because literally the only option at that point would have been to give the company that just screwed me over more money. Like... which legitimately was something I'd been considering, because it would have been cheaper than swapping over to AMD. Like... okay. I think the only thing around that time I had is I think my laptop has like an 8000 FX chip. I don't know the exact name, but it's somewhere around that. But I have seen those in performance graphs, and yeah, they did not perform well. To put it lightly. I know my laptop wasn't the worst, but I was also comparing it against my desktop at the time, which had a 9400F from Intel. Crappy little CPU. Or no, it wasn't that desktop I was comparing it to. It was my old one. What did my old one have? I think my old one had... it was one of the 3000 series Intels. It's been way too long since I've cared about that desktop. It's my older sister's media machine now. That's basically what it is at this point. Because it has a Blu-ray player, so it's a media device. think it had 3770? It was an i7. I know that much. And, like, it was a Dell machine. So, like, it was a Dell machine that wasn't terribly expensive, but had a good CPU in it. With, it was something one of my older brothers basically put together on Dell for me as, like, my first desktop. And he had basically picked it out, so that all I'd have to do really was upgrade the graphics card, and it would be a pretty decent computer. And I mean, that worked. I mean, that little thing carried me for a long time, and then once the graphics card in it died, because that was the part that died, I replaced it with a GTX 950, and the thing was rocking it for a while. And then I ended up mostly just so I'd have a backup computer, and I just like laptops. I had bought the laptop I have, which that laptop doesn't work properly anymore. And yet, PSO2 is very potato-y in the specs required to run it. Which is nice.
PSE first.
Yeah, I honestly kind of love how AMD is continuing to support AM4. Which, I've made this comment on a few tech channels, but mostly when they get complaining that, like, oh, there isn't, like, a proper low end on AM5, it's like, well, AMD kind of doesn't need that. They've got AM4 that they're still continuing to support and release new CPUs on. New in quotes, but new CPUs on. So, like, they don't need a low end for AM5. The low end for AM5 is AM4. Because, like, it is very much a case of, I don't know if I would want to pay the price of an AM5 motherboard, DDR5 RAM, and then get something that would be worse than an 8000 series CPU. Given the 8000, the AMD 8000s are not good. They're kind of the low end of AM5 at the moment. They're not good.
Emergency. Code. Elimination.
Yeah, like, honestly, if you're just caring about gaming, a 5700 X3D will outperform a lot of the well, basically almost all of the non-X3D AM5 parts in gaming, in cache-sensitive situations. Which is a lot of stipulations, I know, but it's very much just one of those things of, like, the X3D CPUs make it so that AM4 will probably stay a viable option for a very long time. And anybody still on AM4 will have that as an upgrade option for a very long time. Yeah, I could see it easily. Like, 5700, 5800 X3D would probably still be able to game perfectly fine. Probably well into 2030, if I'm honest. Like, those CPUs are still more than holding up. I imagine by that point, like, a regular, like, 5600 will probably be suffering a little. But even that, I imagine, would still be fine. Especially given how stagnant GPU development has been. You know. CPUs can't really get much better because they're being held back by graphics cards. You know.
Emergency code Q.
I'm very much hoping that we might eventually get a decent budget graphics card again. There has definitely been some situations where my my 6700 XT has been struggling a bit. Mostly in the thermals, though. Like, Final Fantasy XIV, I cannot let my CPU... Well, not CPU. I cannot let my frame rate actually get to what it should be. I have to hard cap it at, like, 60. Or my graphics card just... It's running at 100 degrees. Like... And I can't allow that to happen for extended periods of time.
Great find.
Not if I want the thing to continue functioning.
This is a great find. Oh, this is a great find. Oh, this is a great find.
Which does really suck,
Oh, this is a
given I kind of get used to playing that game at 165,
a great find.
because that's the refresh rate of my monitor, and it's so buttery smooth. And then... yeah... Wait. There we go. I clicked on the wrong one. Okay. Oh, hey, this is the one that can be equipped by everybody. Yeah. I've still been looking at the 7900 GRE. I think that's what it is. Because it's still decently cheap in Canada land, where I live. So if I can end up saving enough money for it before it goes out of supply completely, or a better option shows up for less money, I'll probably end up with one of those. Part of my issue is also my computer case is kind of crap. It's not very big. Well, it's tall. It's very tall. It's not very long. So I don't have room in my case for most modern graphics cards. Which, bit of a problem. Just a bit. Yeah, up here they are the last I checked. I'm gonna check again now, just because. I think basically almost every AMD GPU is discontinued. Except their newest ones. Yeah, there's a 7900 GRE for 700 Canadian. There's one for 720. So yeah, there's a couple. Thank you for following, Glitter Gunner. Welcome in. There's literally two, but, you know. And then there's a 7900 XT for $1,000. You see, the problem with that is, let me come to the 9000 series. Now, the 9060, that is affordable. That's like $450. But I'm pretty sure that the GRE is better than the 9060. Plus, this is also a 9060 8GB for $450. There is an ASRock Challenger 16GB for $510. The base 9070 is $900. So, yeah, I wouldn't get an 8. I'm not going backwards in VRAM. I'm not doing it. I will either have 12 or higher. But yeah, the cheapest base 9070 is about $900. There's an open box 9070 XT for $900. I don't know how trusting I would be of an open box 9070 XT for $900, given that's $100 cheaper than the closed box price. This is Newegg, but there might be cheaper prices elsewhere, but Newegg is like the only real trusted provider of tech in Canada. So. And I would look NVIDIA, but no. Just no. I mean, I say that. There might be like a 4070 Ti or something that wouldn't be that expensive. Let's see. Yeah, 4070 Super for $900. You know, last generation. See here. $5060 Ti 16GB for $620. It's a Newegg Select. Is it now? Yeah, graphics cards are kind of... They're in the future for me. I've only even got thinking of them a lot lately because I've been seeing signs that might indicate that my graphics card is dying, but it's a pretty heavy might because it's happened while playing Final Fantasy XIV and only while playing Final Fantasy XIV. Where basically I will have a complete just graphics driver crash. And it's, you know, basically been happening since Final Fantasy XIV did their major update to
What do you require?
update all their models and graphics and stuff. Which is also when my GPU started reaching 100 degrees while playing the game. So I'm thinking it's actually a temp issue. Which is why I've basically been hard capping to 60 FPS. Which is so jittery. Not smooth, but... Even then, I've still had issues where my other I have two monitors, because I think almost everybody does these days. But my other display will get really framey, like it'll start lagging out. So I do not need this many discs. I'm gonna see how many I can
I
break
look
down.
forward to your next visit.
And that can be fixed, like my other display being very frame ratey, by doing the shortcut to refresh the graphics driver. I think it's Alt Control Shift B? Might just be Control Shift B. No, it's one of them. It's not working now. Probably because this game actually uses those buttons for stuff, so. Crafting, item dismantling. I'll just break down all these I can break down. Okay, I can't break down more than that at the moment. I am on ship 2. Because I'm an old Japanese server player. Ship 2 was just force of habit. I probably should have joined, like, ship 1, because I imagine that's probably the most populated, but... what else was I gonna do? Right, I leveled up. May as well go grab more potency.
What would you like to do?
I really wish today's leveling quest was better.
Feel free to stop by anytime.
It's not a bad quest, but I really wish it was one of the boss rushes. I should do these other quests, just to maybe get a key out of them.
I wish you the best of luck.
I'm so close to 75 on a Twirl. And then I can swap back over to Force.
To accompany you. Careful, okay?
EXP up. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be looking into a new graphics card soon-ish. Probably at least within the next year, but...
Eyes peeled. Something is lurking.
For now, they're just a bit out of my price range.
Emergency. Ears open.
Code. Attack.
Which, I mean, to be fair, is a fair statement for basically anybody looking at graphics cards right now. They're kind of out of everybody's price range.
Completed.
Why am I bothering? I just need to finish this place. It was itchy. I might honestly just end up going used. Just to save a little bit extra. Going used will mean I'll probably end up with an Nvidia card, but at the very least, I won't have been the one giving money to Nvidia. Which, like, if they were still a half-decent company, I wouldn't mind giving them money, but... They've, fallen in love with AI. As has every company, though. It honestly does feel like Nvidia most of all. I mean, when, like, Gamers Nexus is able to put together I think it was, what, a hour-long video of just the CEO of Nvidia saying the word AI or artificial intelligence. Like... And have it all be different instances of him saying it. It's a bit extreme. And it feels weird not having, like, the rare drop sound play after killing, like, groups of enemies. Almost every enemy. I've been playing way too many advanced quests today. But they're kind of my best XP gain. Unless I get really lucky with the XP quest. Then it would be better XP gain. But I'd have to get really lucky. That's the thing. Because you would need to get a lot of bosses pretty quickly for it to not be slower. I honestly kind of wish they would have eventually made it so you could just pick an XP quest to play. Instead of having them cycle. But that did not happen. I mean, realistically, I should really be playing more of the story quests. Because that's kind of the idea behind these streams, is playing through the story stuff. There it is.
Emergency. Code. Attack.
Yeah, nice one! You did it!
Completed.
I also still need to at some point get back to finishing Final Fantasy XIV. Well, the free trial of Final Fantasy XIV. Which, you know, I gotta say, for that apparently being one of the best MMOs on the market, and having apparently so many people love it and playing it all the time, people sure don't like watching content on it. Like, my average view for Phantasy Star here has been 4 to 5 on Twitch, and usually about 40 total on YouTube over the course of the stream. A 14 stream, and maybe 10 views on YouTube, and like maybe 2 average viewers on Twitch. And that's with the same consistency.
Emergency. Code. Rescue.
Like, for a while, I was streaming 14 every day. Would not recommend people do that. That game is... Well, I say every day. Streaming it every stream day. That game is not great. I'm aware saying that ruffles some people's jimmies, but it's not a great game. Like, I'm not gonna say it's awful or anything. I'll just let the girls handle it. They can handle it. And they can't damage the things, so... Like, it's not terrible by any means, but it's also not doing anything special. You know? Like... I should've just let the girls handle it. Crap.
It's time to come back.
I just failed this quest. AoE attacks. Should just let the girls handle it. Now I gotta do all that again. That's what I get. Getting impatient. I don't deserve the XP boost. Okay, I'm just gonna try and rush through this. I mean, I still want to try and get an A, and I'll probably still get the A, just rushing through it. But... Just need to let the girls handle it at the end. I have too much area of effect going on. And they can do it. Like, I still want to sit down at some point, and, like, I've started writing a script for this. Like, I want to sit down at some point and write out and make a video on, like, my thoughts around 14's free trial. Some of my initial thoughts that I'd wrote down before are no longer as valid, but still valid. It's more just in their specificity that they're no longer valid, so I'd have to rewrite them. Like, because I initially started back before they had expanded their free trial to also include Red Mage, and I think it was Samurai? Yeah, I think those were the two classes that were added with their free trial expansion. And one of my complaints was basically like, you know, Red Mage is the class I want to play, but I'm not allowed to do that because I haven't paid money yet. But I don't want to spend money because I can't play the class that I actually want to play, so I can't know if I would actually like it before I spend money on it. Which is still a frustration. Like, if you wanted to play, you know, Gunbreaker, aka, you know, Squall's class, you know, you're a massive Final Fantasy VIII fan, well, one, you need to play through a lot of the game as not a Gunbreaker before you can even unlock Gunbreaker. And two, you need to pay money. And then you have to pay money every month to keep playing after you've already paid money. Which has been, like, my number one reason for not picking up the sub for 14 was, like, one, there's no reason to pick up the sub if you aren't going to buy everything. And to buy the complete package for 14 of the base game and the expansion, at least in Canadian dollars, it's around $100 to get everything. And then to continue playing the game that you just paid $100 for, you need to pay for a monthly subscription past your first month. So, like, it's just not appealing to me. Especially when there are other MMOs on the market. Like, it basically comes down to, and this kind of goes for, like, anybody who's wondered why I've never bought the free trial for 14. You know, why would I pay money every month for what I can get free playing PSO2? You know, I mean, I get it's not the same gameplay. I find PSO2's gameplay a lot more engaging and fun. It's a lot less stand in place, press 1, 2, and 3 over and over again. Which, gotta say, going back and forth between 14 and PSO2 is wild. My nose is so freaking itchy. Like, because for anyone who's never played Final Fantasy XIV, imagine, like, say, the laser attack from these big guys.
Probably.
In 14, that would be a few lines on the ground, you know, that you would have as warning that the attack is coming. And if you're standing in that area, you know, inside those lines on the ground, when the lines go away, you'll take damage from the attack. the lines on the ground going away is the indication that the attack animation is about to begin. So in 14, the animation is not what hurts you. It's some lines and warnings on the ground. Meanwhile here, it's the animation that hurts you. As it should. So, like, going back and forth, I have literally dodged out of animations in 14 when I didn't need to. Because the animation doesn't hurt. That doesn't matter. It was the circle on the ground that mattered, and I was already out of the circle on the ground. But I'd walked into another circle just as it went away, so I didn't take any damage. But, you know, my brain went, oh, I'm gonna get hurt. I need to move. Though I will also clarify for anybody who thinks I'm just trying to crap on 14. I like what I've played. I just have issues with it. Which, you know, is fair. I have some issues with PSO2 as well. Like, it's a fair thing to have issues with games you enjoy. I mention the issues I have with games because I want those games to be better. I mean, like, heck, I literally just made mention of how, man, it would be so nice if we could just manually pick our experience quest instead of having to go with the one they've picked for the day. Because some of the XP quests are really bad. They're not actually great for leveling in. So, like, that right there, that's a pretty nice, pretty easy criticism. Forces being so reliant on charging, but having no built-in way of negating being knocked around. That is frustrating. And it makes Force really difficult to play for no good reason. Like, yeah, it's great they have to charge. I would not want to take the charging away from a Force. What I would like, though, is for Forces to have something outside of subclassing a Twol to protect them from being knocked around. Because a Force needs to charge. Anytime that Force is dodging, they're not charging. Anytime they're not charging, they're leaving damage on the table. That other classes just simply don't have to leave on the table. Like, even just giving them phantom adjacent, you know, immunity when starting their charge natively instead of needing a ring to do it would be something. But that never happened. And it's left Force being one of the hardest to play classes. For no real benefit either. Like, Summoner replaces the Force easily. You deal the same damage without needing to stand in charge. Like, you're functionally a melee class with the Force's damage output, but faster. So, like, you know, that's another issue I have with PSO2. see. New Genesis. Some of the cocoons are just asinine. They're just dumb. Like, and there's no real benefit to perfecting the cocoons either. You get nothing extra. So while you deal with this really frustrating, asinine challenge, there's no reason to. Like, you gain nothing.
Emergency!
Okay, girls, you got this. If I stay way over here, I'm probably good.
Emergency! Code! Rescue!
I mean, like, honestly, a lot of people have a lot of issues with New Genesis. I don't have all the same issues that most people do. Like, I've seen a lot of complaints about the lack of move variety. It's like, well, fair, but there's not much move variety here either. Like, on my Atoll, I have 4 attacks. I use one of them most of the time, and another one some of the time. There's no real reason to be using all of my attacks. Even in niche scenarios where some of them might be useful, there's better alternatives. Like,
Please head on back.
Completed!
you know, why would I use this when that is more damage? And functionally the same. They're just a damage dealing skill. Hey, Rappy Fever! Heck yeah!
Which quest
May
would
as
you
well
like?
try the other one. This should be... No, this will be pretty long, 'cause this is creation. This isn't just gather points.
I wish you the best of luck.
Which, honestly, that in of itself can be a criticism of base PSO2. There's the illusion of choice when it comes to moves. But you don't really have much of a choice if you want to be optimal. Like, using Force as an example. If you want to be optimal, you're basically spamming Gazande all the time. Because it's your best spell. Like, I'd love to say, yeah, use Grants, Ilgrants, Fiore, Barda. Nah, just Gazande. Gazande does everything.
Code! Attack!
Gazande hits the hardest, chains through enemies, dealing full damage to every enemy you hit. Does not cost much PP at all because of the electric PP cost reductions. So it has basically the best damage for PP. It's just simply the best. Which is sad. Because it'd be really nice if there was actually a reason to use some of the other spells. And you'll get, like, someone being pedantic, being like, oh, well, in this incredibly niche situation, you know, this other spell would be better. It's like, yeah, but you're not gonna carry that on your bar for that one niche little situation. You're just not gonna do it. You don't have enough slots. Especially playing something like a Force, because why wouldn't you have Shifta and D-Band? You may as well have them. Xanverse, that's 3 of your spots taken up. You've got 6 mouse buttons and 10 on your keyboard, and there's 3 of them taken up by buffs that you should really be running. Your mag, there's another one. You probably want your revival item, there's another spot. So now we're up to 5 spots of your 16 taken up. Are you really going to want to carry that one spell that has a unique, niche situational use? Or are you just going to make Gazande work? Because personally, I'll just make Gazande work. Especially where you've probably got your combined text too. Like, if you've got the Claire's Craze ones, there's no real reason not to be running all of them. There's 3. Because you can just tap the buttons when you want to use them. As long as you've got them charged. There's the simple compounds, where you're probably running at least the Fire Dark and the Light Ice. You know, those 2. Even my Tekker runs them, because it can. And, well, they're nice techs to have around. I'd be using them on Pure Atoll if Pure Atoll could actually use text. Every class has their own buff, which that's another slot. So now you're basically up to, I think, if I've been keeping track properly, I think, what, 11 skills that you're probably going to run? Leaving you, like, 5. You need your basic attack, so that's 4 spots. So again, are you really going to carry that one niche little thing just in case? And that is if you're wanting to be optimal. I will make sure I'm clarifying that. Like, if you want to run around with, say, all of the close range all the close range techs and be like a right in your face Force and, you know, just do that, power to you, go right ahead. It'll work, it just won't be optimal. Like, the spells I have picked right now on my left click and middle click for my Tekker, they're not the most optimal spells I could be running. They're generally better than just smacking things in the face with the wand. But and like I yap about all this just to more or less prove again to, you know, any 14 players that think I just really hate that game. Nah, I criticize games I enjoy too. And I enjoy that game as well. Like, honestly, if I don't like the game, I'm probably not going to criticize it. Because if I don't like a game, why would I waste the mental energy thinking of ways it can be better? I didn't like it. Why would I criticize it? You know? I need over there.
I'm getting an unidentified reading. Stay alert.
I mean, like... honestly, like, tech variety gets... honestly kind of worse when you get onto the more melee classes. Like, the more standard DPS instead of things like the Force. Or the magic classes, I should say. Because, like...
Emergency. Code. Attack.
you've probably not got the most moves to go around in the first place. But then you've got to deal with a lot of your attacks probably having much, much higher potency
Completed.
than others. Yep, pure Atoll for the moment. Until I get to 75. Almost 72. This should hopefully get me to 72. And then I've got a Rappy key waiting to go. Which I'm definitely going to wait to use that key until I'm 72. That way the Rappies will be one level higher. Ah. It did not get me to 72. Looks like I'm doing something else first. Damn it. Right there.
Yeah, nice one.
And a photon booster. What would be quick that would get me that last little bit? Train get around.
Which quest would you like?
It's my answer to everything. Train get around. This'll probably get me there.
I wish you the best of luck.
Honestly, wish I could use the armored tank here, but wait, hold up. I have a thing I can turn in? Hans, when did I get a thing from you?
Heyo!
Well, that didn't do it either, so...
Bye.
Are you kidding me? You guys see that up there? The 25-20? Kicking the birds at the start of Train Gitterin in the face is gonna give me my level. I could play on normal and have it. But okay. Yeah. I'll take the drink. It'll make this go a little faster. I mean, I'm glad to fight Train Gitterin, but still. Really, game? Really? You got me this close. You taunt me like this. Alright, oh, there's a rat. Hey, 72. I'm gonna say the rats got me there. Just so I can be nice to the rats. They deserve it. Bird.
It's begun. Fight hard.
Dead tank. You know, if I hadn't had that mission with Hans, I might have actually needed to do this whole mission to level up. So I'm gonna blame Hans for this, actually. It's Hans' fault. Yeah, it's fine. I can't use anti, so I just kind of let status ailments go unless they're really annoying. Which I will forever find funny that a Troll, the Scion job with the, you know, the magic background is incapable of using text.
Objective complete.
I'm pretty sure, given the class teacher is a cast, you know, there she is.
Now head on back.
Pretty sure she's a callback to when casts couldn't use text. Because in the earliest Phantasy Stars, casts couldn't.
Remarkable results. I'm proud of you.
Even the original PSO online. Not PSO 2, the original PSO. Casts could not use text. If you wanted to play a cast, you could not use text. At all. Full stop. Casts were not capable of manipulating photons.
Which quest would you like?
I still have a 50% try boost running. Fine. How long is that? Oh. Okay. I mean, they still have they still have them.
Which quest
You
would
can
like?
still play episode 1+2. You can even play it on the GameCube, which is where I have ROMs of it for.
I wish you the best of luck.
I've been just using 50% try boosts because I've got a ton of them. I'm gonna need to get myself more 100 try boosts though, because this is gonna use up my last 100. Come on, give me that XP. There we go. I should also, before I forget, restock on monomates. That is fair. I'd never played it before, so I started poking at it like a few years ago, and then recently, like last patch, like last downtime, I'd forgot there was going to be a downtime, and I had just opened PSO2 to like play and relax a bit, and I'm like, oh, maintenance in 10 minutes. Well, now what am I supposed to do? So I sat and played a bit then, via a dolphin. I'm being very careful about how I mention it, because YouTube and Twitch both don't exactly approve of emulation. So Had to wait for my Tri-Boost to wear off so I could use the bigger one. Yay, 73. Rappy Fever is such good experience. Almost got to 74. Darn it. How is my inventory full? There we go. Now I probably have a bunch of more MP Embrace stuff. Yeah. I've not actually looked at their roadmap. I know people were complaining about it. Which, like, I get it. Like, it's frustrating when there's not anything you particularly want coming to a game. So...
Leave it to me.
My general hope anytime that, like, there's a big lull in a development roadmap is, like, well, maybe they are working on things behind the scenes they just don't want to announce yet, and that's why. That's my hope.
Great find.
Usually that hope is dashed, but
This is
I like to remain hopeful.
this is a great find.
What do you need?
The Embrace. The Embrace. And the Embrace. This does have Ultimate Buster on it, but needs to be a low star weapon, so... It'd be nice to finally have something more or less worth spending all the crafting materials you pick up on. Because, like, I have not seen anything to spend crafting materials on in PSO2, like, New Genesis. Like, I'm not saying there isn't something there, it's just I've not seen it, so...
It seems you've succeeded.
Probably should have read that. I don't remember how to do the thing. Right, I think I need to affix an augment to it.
Come back soon.
I think that's what it was telling me to do. Which I really don't want to do. I hate raising normal mags. So annoying having to lower the dexterity down. Right. Wrong person.
Take
What
care
do you
now.
require? Thank you very much. I look forward to your next visit.
Like, there's been some quests that have, you know, sent me to collect things in NGS, but that's about it. It's like, okay. Go get you your useless rocks. Yeah. Wait, I should have checked while I was there. I probably don't have the tech power yet, but do I? No. No, I'm 80 off. Well, 76 off. So close, yet so far. Stretching. Ugh. And like, I've got no more built-in ways of raising my tech power. I just need to level up.
I will see you again soon. Nice to see you again. I'm happy.
Thank you for more rations, Reza.
Later, 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 later.
What would you like to do?
That is fair.
Feel free to stop by anytime.
I mean, that is a lot of experience.
Which quest would you like?
I would kind of expect it to be, you know, a lot more than just 50 to 94.
Which quest would
2
you like?
levels left to go. And this is a terrible bonus XP one. Oh, also, I've been going for over my usual stream time.
Look
Jeez.
forward to your next visit.
I know what I'm gonna do. Because I really want to try to at least get 74 before I end the stream off. That way I've only got to get 1 level between now and Saturday. I'm going to fire up my other character. Because I'm almost positive one of them will have a key. And I'll run through their dailies really quick while I continue to yap. Start with this one, who probably won't have a key. I know she doesn't have one for her weekly, so... Whoa. Everything... Okay, no. For a second I thought everything had broke. Try boost. No. No key. I need to get her leveled up.
Emergency announcement. We are getting increased readings on the profound darkness in the nefarious skies.
Oh. Okay. I want to get through all the story, but I want to get the character I've been playing with my advanced job back to the point where I can do mostly all of the content. Because without the level 75 subclass, Ultra Hard is out. I can't do it without the level 75 subclass. And I don't want to be switching back to Bouncer just to do some of the content. That's why I'm leveling a Twol up to 75. Especially where I am really close to that point. Yeah, I can probably get through the exploration. I could just wait and do Profound Darkness. That would probably actually get me there.
Emergency announcement. We are getting increased readings on the profound darkness in the nefarious skies.
Yeah. I don't want to end up missing Profound Darkness. From what I've been told, I don't remember this myself. At some point, it sends you to, I forget the name of the Corrupted Zone, but the third Ultra Quest, where you need the level 75 subclass. I've been told it sends you there. And that you need the level requirements. I don't remember that, though. So... Shrugs. If I had a shrugging animation, it'd be great. So let me hop back onto this one. The only level 3 brain.
Emergency announcement. We are getting increased readings on the profound darkness in the nefarious skies.
Which quest would you like? Hello.
Yeah, may as well.
Take care of yourself out there.
Experience up. I'll take it.
Hello.
But yeah, I do definitely mean outside. Just because, like...
Which quest would you like?
It's a... You know, a bit disappointing to, like, say, hop out for an hourly and only be able to do a version I could almost solo. You know? And I do also want to raise up a few other classes as well for doing stuff with. Because, like, this character has more or less become my main.
I'm so happy to see you.
Wasn't exactly intentional, but I've just played it the most, getting it ready for various things, so, you know. I can put this tri-booster away as well. Did I just put that into default storage? Oh, I suppose having food in default storage is not a bad idea, but...
Which quest would you like?
And now, I wait. Yet again. So now back to my phone I go. Duolingo is very upset with me, but I haven't lost my streak yet, Duolingo. Darkness do be pretty profound. So. I do really need to, like, I might do, I don't remember if Profound Darkness is one that you can do multiple runs on, but if it is, I'm definitely only doing one run, because, man, I got stuff I need to do today. I got a lot of stuff I need to do. Like, I have no Undertale for tomorrow yet. I still need to record Animal Crossing for today. If I'm going to be recording Undertale, I'm at least going to be recording 3 episodes. Probably going to aim for 4 or 6, just so I can have more buffer. 7 would be ideal, because that would give me tomorrow and 2 weeks of buffer. I got a lot to do. I got to do up my Duolingo. That's at least quick. Trying to think of anything else I need to do up. I don't think there is. But that's still a lot of stuff. Especially where I've been yapping a lot this stream. Probably a lot more than I really should have been. But I kind of got yapping and rambling about Stop Killing Games. So, I'm more or less making fun of the people that think that that initiative is impossible. Because, you know, it's... heaven forbid game developers make games the way they used to again. Heaven forbid. I honestly imagine there's probably a lot of game developers who are silently cheering the Stop Killing Games initiative because they can't publicly cheer it or else they might lose their jobs. But they're probably sitting there silently cheering it because they get to actually make games again instead of making services. No one signs up to be a game developer to make a service. They just don't. Seven more minutes. Should probably refill my water bottle. Well, water cup. My cup with water. That's a more accurate statement. I believe most of the way through Chapter 2. Basically dealing with the time travel shenanigans and finding out that Matoy is Claris Craze. You know, the thing that was already made obvious. But, you know. It's like the one part of the story where the characters' reactions are like... It's like, oh man, the girl who literally used Clarissa already had a very deep connection with the staff. To the point where, as we gathered more pieces of it, her headaches were getting worse and worse. That's, you know, oh man, it's such a shock that Matoy's Claris Craze. Such shock. Who could have ever seen that coming? Like, boom. Boom, boom. The worst part of this is waiting. To wait so long. The darkness ain't this profound. Why we gotta wait this long? It is still pretty telegraphed that Matoi definitely had connections, at the very least, to Claris Craze. Especially the moment you see the current Claris Craze's staff and go, hey, wait a minute. It's Claris Craze's staff, but white, that Matoi uses. You know? Then, you know, Matoi having the magical ability to basically undo the I forget the name of it, but the Omega level order. I think that might have actually been what it was called. I don't remember. You know what I mean. You know, the one that made all of them want to kill us. I'm really bad at remembering names of things. Doesn't help, my mind is still a bit foggy after inhaling way too many road fumes yesterday, thanks to some road work going on outside my house. That had started before I got woken up by said road work, so my room was kind of full of frickin' asphalt fumes, which, not fun. Fair, but, like, our character itself, ourselves, were, yeah, Code Abyss. An Omega level order. Star Trek reference. Technically does about the same thing, only it's to the ship's computer instead of the people on the ship. I now want to ramble about how stupid the Omega level order in Star Trek is. Because imagine this one. You're the captain of a spaceship, and you're flying through space. Then, all of a sudden, every computer on your ship starts flashing an Omega symbol. Your ship is forced into red alert and halts in place. Now imagine you were just in the middle of a fight and drifted ever so slightly too close to an Omega particle and triggered this in the middle of a fight. Your ship has now shut down because there's an Omega particle nearby. And your ship shuts down so the captain can get orders and find the Omega particle and then go deal with it. It's such a stupid thing. But yeah, like, your character, I mean, one, you put together, you helped, oh, why can't I think of his name? Robot Boy. You helped him put together the staff. You then meet Claris Craze, who has the same staff, but dark. Zig, yeah. I am the worst at names. Okay, there's someone doing that. Snow Party's on extremely hard. I could probably make an extremely hard party. Let's see. There is somebody else here. Okay, it can only be completed once. Now there's multiple people here. Okay, so there is a party here. But I cannot join it. Ah, okay. There is not a party here. I know that person. Let's see. Will anybody show up? I should actually... I have the communication. We got... There's 5. Five of us can probably do it. Yeah, there's a level 100 atoll. Do I have... Yeah, I still have 27 minutes of those.
You will soon be teleported to the front line. Gemini, and open a path to the profound darkness.
But, like, our character really should have put the 2 and 2 together. And, you know, throughout part of it, they definitely did. Like, by the part of the story I'm at, your character has, you know... well, before even Matoy tells you, like, your character does put it together. Now. That's rude. So many clown cars. I really need that other rod. Well, not rod, wand. Convenient.
The path to the profound darkness has been opened. All that's left is to defeat it.
So if I had the other wand, I would be recovering PP while using the big laser, which would let me use it more often. Ow. Yes, give me a chance for my PP to come back. Dealt with. Hey, my laser's bigger. My laser's bigger. Yee. Always nice when the main theme of any game comes into play. And a cutscene that's not relevant to us for a very long time. Mesta.
Completed.
I'm basically going to want just all of this, because it's all probably going to be cubes, so... Whoops. Well, that's fine. But that's just how urgent quests work. Today, decent progress there. And almost 74. I almost got to 74. I think I will have to end the stream off here, though. I've been going for over 6 hours now. And as mentioned, I do have things I need to do. Wait, this might get me there. It's not going to. Well, it is 70,000. Yeah, 74. I did make it. Haha! I forgot I had that going.
Drop by anytime.
Okay, so I did actually make it to 74. Only one more level to go. 2 million experience. I can do that before next time, right? May as well come identify this stuff while I go over my usual end card spiel. Spiel? I like spiels better.
What do you require?
Everyone needs an end card spiel. I do a daily Animal Crossing New Horizons series, should you like my general style of content and want to see more of me just yapping away.
Great find.
Um,
Oh, this is a great find.
I
I
have
got a good look at it.
a extra video series, which is every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, which is currently Undertale. Need to get recording that.
A great
I stream every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, so if you just enjoy the streams, then hopefully I'll see some of you guys back here on Saturday, because, you know, that'll be when I'm live next.
This is a great
I honestly kind of thought it would take me identifying all this stuff to get... I want to get this all...
This is a great
Stuff.
find.
Lots of it.
I got
There
a
we
good
go.
look at it.
Lots of stuff. Everything's identified. Okay. So now... Right here's a pretty good spot. With that, I thank you all very much for watching, and hopefully I shall see you guys back here on Saturday, or maybe in something else. Honestly, my other content's decent too, at least I think. So yeah, see y'all then.